to the top. We won't fit it up, we won't fit it up, we won't fit it up vibes now. We don't quit, we won't stop now. Ride us out to the top. Whoa. We won't fit it up vibes now. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. mall where you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Riding is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. للانتصار من زكريا. كروس جيمنج وحش.
Wassalam and welcome everyone and welcome to day number 2. We're getting ready to hop into all the action. Of course, if you missed day number 1, you missed out on quite a bit. Today is going to be a very, very exciting day as we are going to be moving on to see what the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield itself. Of course, my name is GEEKAY and I'm going to be taking you through all the action right here in PMPL Arabia, the full split. Now, we had quite a few exciting things happening with our teams yesterday, as we of course saw we had a few new teams joining us for this season of the PMPL. But also we had a few changes happening, right? So the new teams that we had NEXT come through. We had the players from KONQUEROR-E-SPORTS, as well as the players then coming through from W7, and we also had the ARB champions. Now, based on the performance that we saw yesterday, I think ARB champions are definitely going to be a team to watch moving forward through this league stage. But a few of the other exciting things that we had happen yesterday was that 2 of our teams locked in their first winner-winner chicken dinners on respective maps for 2023. Now, with that, of course, I am referring to Vision Esports, who got their first chicken dinner on Miramar yesterday. In fact, they got none of that. None of that happened in the previous season of PMPL. So what a phenomenal performance that was coming through from the side of Vision. And then, of course, we also had the players from Sly Machine, who did exactly the same, but they did this on Erangel, also securing their very first winner-winner chicken dinner for 2023. So already there's a lot that has been happening out on the battlefield as the teams have really brought quite a bit of a dynamic approach moving into this new season. So you're curious to see how the teams are going to be moving through it. And of course, speaking about moving through things, we are also then going to be running through a few stats, potentially a few breakdowns. But of course, we are going to be showing you just a little bit more of an in-depth look as to what this season could potentially be holding for our teams. So we could be making our way through the format, the points, the prize pool, and all the other things that we need to discuss before we are going to be hopping into our very first match of the day. And of course, as we know, this being PMPL, we are going to be changing up the sequence of the day's rotation as we move through. But first up, we are going to be taking a look at RTG, right? The team that ended up at the top of the log yesterday with a glorious 43 points in total. As you can see, Kalaga definitely being quite aggressive with regards to the damage that they were dealing. And of course, Rio really good at evading the damage, right? Only walking away with 852 damage taken across the board. So a very strong statistic coming in on that front. And of course, then we did see Kalaga and Groza also coming through with their 8 eliminations respectively. So a really strong showing on their end. But of course, let me know in the chat, right? Are you guys ready for all the crazy action that day 2 is going to hold for us as we are going to be moving in? I asked that in the chat. But let's see who's going to be answering the question. We did get a response there from Dinuka as well as Moise. So let's see who else is ready as we take a look at a few of the amazing plays that we had coming through here from the side of RTG. Now, I mean, the performance that we had coming in on the RTG side yesterday, if we compare that to what we saw come through from the previous season, I mean, there's also quite a bit to look at, right? As the team continued to try and push the envelope as best as they could. Now, based on the performance that we had yesterday, of course, for RTG, they picked up a grand total of 26 eliminations with that one winner chicken dinner. But the best map across the board, looking at the games that they really played on, is definitely going to be Miramar, right? RTG performing exceptionally well on that map, of course, leading the charge, securing the most placement points, the most total points, as well as the most eliminations on the map. Now, that is going to be quite exciting here today. Seeing that today is going to be our Miramar heavy day. So we are going to be starting with match 1, 3, and 5, which will be Miramar. But of course, back to the stats we go as we look at a comparison here between Hassan from KONQUEROR-E-SPORTS and Pablo from Team FALCONS. Now, very similar with regards to the amount of damage, rather the amount of eliminations that they were dealing, the 11 versus 14, and of course 12 assists there in favor of Pablo as well. But as you can also see, Pablo, a very heavy hand with regards to the aggression, really utilizing all the opportunities being presented to them. I'm trying to find as much carnage as they can. Of course, this came all the way back from our first Miramar of the day yesterday. So let's see how this day is going to unfold, as we will be moving into a very Miramar heavy day today, as I've already mentioned. But of course, let me know in the chat who you are here to support. You can see a little bit of love coming out there for IKURD. We did see a few shout-outs for RTG as well. We know there is a support in the chat there for Twisted Minds, NASR, as well as FALCONS. Right, so if you agree with that, hit it up in the chat. Let me know, and we'll give the team a shout-out. But in the meanwhile, let's look at these amazing plays that we had coming through from the side of Pablo and Hassan just yesterday. So much to look forward to as we are going to be moving through it. But of course, with a Miramar heavy day today, we are going to be looking at only one Sanhok rather, and one Erangel as well. And of course, this will change up once we get to day number 4, where we are going to be heading into our Sanhok Erangel heavy day before balancing it out back again on day number 5. So yet again, there's a lot to rather look forward to as we are going to be pushing through. And of course, we are just a few mere moments away from heading right into all the action. Of course, we are going to be taking a quick look at maybe a few more stats as we proceed to get closer to our very first match. But give me your thoughts, right? Let me know, who do you think is going to be the team that is really going to be popping off today? Of course, as we saw, RTG, a very strong performance that we had from them yesterday. But of course, another team that I think also is going to be popping off, aside from the ARB champions, could also then be NIGMA Galaxy, right? NIGMA Galaxy brought in an exceptional play when we were looking at them in the previous season. So the spring split was a very bar-setting performance, right, if one could call it that. So curious to see how that is going to translate moving into this one. Of course, out of the gate, NIGMA not really playing as aggressively as we saw in the previous season. As you can see, only 3,000 damage in comparison to the 5,000 plus that we have for the ARB champions. So I hope that today is going to be the day that NIGMA is really going to start to shine, because as we know, Miramar is one of the favored maps for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. So talk about an opportunity presenting itself. Today is going to be exactly that. So curious to see how they are going to look to push through the whole opportunity that could be presenting itself. And of course, we had quite a few surprise plays. If you forgot those yesterday, Coops also just finding a beautiful angle as they moved over into the side there of CONQUEROR Iraq. This, of course, being our only Sanhok of the day yesterday. So curious to see if we will see a bit of a continuation of that. Of course, the zone did center up over onto that lovely Painan for some time. We also had a beautiful clutch play coming in all the way back on Sanhok. But of course, as per usual, right, NIGMA, an exceptionally strong team when it comes to the map of Sanhok, of Miramar and Erangel. But what I want to see in this season as well is potentially for the side of NIGMA to maybe find that similar kind of rhythm that they have on Erangel, that they have on Miramar, and bring it over into Sanhok itself, right? Because, I mean, they are the top performing teams from the previous season when it comes to those two respective maps. But Sanhok, it wasn't looking all that hot, really. So hopefully this season we could maybe be in for a bit of a surprise. Maybe see them also put a bit of focus on that Sanhok map. Because I think if they can balance it out between all 3 maps, yes, Sanhok doesn't come through all too often. But if they can find that balance across all 3 maps, they are going to be quite a formidable force to be reckoned with. So curious to see how that is going to happen. And of course, I do see a message there that Twisted Minds also love the map of Miramar. So there's going to be a lot of contention moving through, especially that today is going to be such a Miramar heavy one. Now, if we look back at our statistics from the previous season, there's quite a bit of information that is revealed on that. But of course, speaking about information, we are going to be taking a look here at Dam from PMPL, who pulled off a beautiful 1v3 clutch just yesterday. And of course, that happened on Erangel itself. So there is some pretty high expectations being set as we are looking at PMPL and the capabilities of Dam. So really wanting to see how all of that is going to translate, right? There's so much potential, so much carnage, so much mayhem coming through. I think this is the beauty about the PMPLs, right? Is that the players really get an opportunity to shine, really showcase all the talent that they possess. But of course, as we know, this is league stage, so the teams are not running on full thrust just yet, right? So there is going to be quite a bit of a change as we progress deeper and deeper into the league stage. And also, once we move over into that lovely finals as well. But Triple Esports also a strong team that we had in the previous season. I mean, Erangel was looking pretty good for them. We had, quite a few instances where we saw Triple Esports really popping off. Miramar definitely from the previous season being one of the maps that Triple Esports needed a little bit more focus on. Last season, they only secured themselves a grand total of 83 points. So it does show that there is, that major room for improvement. And based on what we saw yesterday, this could potentially be the case moving in. Of course, if you look at the performance that they brought on the map of Sanhok itself, again, there is quite a bit to look forward to here. So if you want to see how the teams are going to be really putting all that practice, all the strategies that they've got, bringing that all as they are getting ready to move on forward. But of course, we are going to be jumping into that momentarily. So be sure to let me know in the chat what you guys' opinions are on what we could be expecting here today as we take a look at the overall rankings. And of course, we can see the players there from RTG very comfortably sat at the top with a 4-point lead over the players there from Team Falcons. Of course, NIGMA and the ARB champions then tied on 29, but there's 10 points for them to try and catch up with the position of Falcons. But as we move on from there, moving a little bit further down, you can see there's not a lot of gap between the remaining teams, right? ARB, Sly, KR, as well as Quest and Vision, only 1 point separating each of those positions. So I believe today is going to be a very contentious day, looking to see who will be stepping up, claiming that prize. And of course, it continues all the way on towards the second page. You can see the position there from 10th all the way to 12th place, also then tied on 22. There's a tie in 13th to 14th place as well between the Gangsters and Twisted Minds. But Brute Force, Conqueror, NASR, yes, we are going to be hoping that we see them really rising to the occasion. And of course, two of our new teams there, W7 and NEXT Esports, also going to be keeping a very, very close eye on what they are going to be bringing to the battlefield here today. I mean, looking at what they did yesterday, there was a lot of opportunities, a lot of instances where you could really see the strategy that they are trying to apply. Sometimes just having a little bit of tough luck when it comes to executing that strategy. But hopefully, as they progress, not only through the day, but also through the phase and, of course, the remainder of the league stage itself, we can see all of that then starting to fall into place even more for them, right? Because we want upsets, right? We want a bit of new blood to bring in some very, very surprising performances. But, of course, now having a look at our leaderboards, that gives us a pretty good idea as to what we could potentially be expecting moving through the majority of the day here. And that is the first day has set the bar, but are the teams going to meet that expectation, or are they going to be looking to surpass the expectation created on day number 1? Of course, we are going to be venturing into that map showing as well to give you an idea as to what the proceedings for the day will be as we're getting ready to move on forward. But of course, we're also going to be taking a look at the schedule. So today, day number 2. Tomorrow, we are going to have a bit of a break. And then, of course, on Monday, we'll be back with day number 3, right? So we have changed it up ever so slightly, but of course, no change really when it comes to the map rotation. So we are going to be starting Miramar on game 1, games 3 and 5, with game number 2 being over on Sanhok. And as I've mentioned, Erangel is going to be that game number 4. So this is a great day, especially for the teams that like to play a little bit of a longer game, right? Play for those more ranged attempts, because Miramar is a map that really allows a lot of that to come to fruition. Of course, you have to just trade it off a little bit with that Sanhok and Erangel in between, right? Just add a little bit of spice, a little bit of flavor every now and then to keep the teams guessing. But it's also going to be an opportunity for the teams that don't necessarily perform as well on Miramar to also try and secure themselves a few points, right? Sanhok being a great map to really get nice and aggressive on. So curious to see how that is going to unfold. But of course, with all things being said, that means that we are moving closer and closer to hopping into our very first game. Now, to get a bit of an idea as to what we could potentially be expecting to see come through from this match itself, right? We are going to be looking at the previous season, right? Because that is currently the only information that we have on these teams, right? Knowing what they did in the previous season could give us a bit of an indication as to what we could expect from this match. Now, in the previous season, game number 1, Of course, we didn't have exactly the same teams in the lobby, but we are going to be looking at the players from NIGMA Galaxy that got themselves a beautiful winner chicken dinner, 12 eliminations to accompany that. But Vision Esports then came in second, and of course, securing themselves 11 points in total, 6 of which came through from winner chicken dinners. Brute Force last season, exceptional team, especially looking at their overall Miramar performances. They got themselves 7 winner chicken dinners. This season, so far, day 1, I wasn't really convinced, right? So, who knows? Maybe today could be the day for Brute Force to really find themselves back in that rhythm, the amazing rhythm that they've shown all the way back in the spring season. Of course, well, there was a bit of a glimmer of that yesterday, but nothing really to get too hopeful about. But let's see how it is going to unfold in the meanwhile. I mean, back on the first match, Brute Force secured themselves 6 eliminations as well. And aside from NIGMA Galaxy locking in those 12 elims, we actually had Team Falcons also then picking up 7 eliminations, right? But now, this being our first match of the day, it also then means that we are going to be having one of our groups sitting out, right? So Group E is going to be the first team, the first group rather, that is going to be joining us on our second match. So that includes the players from GANGSTERS Esports, as well as R8, Team Falcons, and W7, right? So there's going to be 2 Miramars left for the Falcons to show us what they can bring. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to play in this very first one. But if you guys agree with the predictions, right, agree with the analysis that I've gotten so far, let me know in the chat. Of course, if you think another team is going to be the potential one to claim that winner chicken dinner, let me know. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the matter. But of course, if we look at our Miramars that we've had in this season so far, right, which has only been 2, RTG is going to be definitely one of the favorites to perform exceptionally on that one, and we can also then lock the side of Vision into that play. So, yeah, let's see whether or not they are going to be repeating those efforts. Brute Force yesterday only secured themselves 3 points, 2 of which came through from the lovely Miramar itself, so there's going to be some big room to bring in all the necessary adjustments. But of course, speaking about adjustments, we are going to get ready to jump. You can see the read. Or threat, rather, the read. Probably helps if I read. Threat coming through with a big shout out there for the side of RTG. Road to glory. So the expectation has been set. Now, speaking about things being set, we are going to be moving in to our very first flight path here. Of course, we are going to be starting down at prison, heading across the way over to that eastern side of the zone. So again, a very southern flight path coming through. It is going to be quite challenging for teams that like to frequent positions a little bit further up north, like El Paso, Crater Fields, potentially even San Martin. I mean, San Martin, a very centralized position, but with the trajectory of this current flight path, it could still prove to be quite challenging to get there early on. Of course, nothing wrong with just grabbing a bit of a vehicle and rotating up. But of course, another thing that we are going to be looking forward to is our first initial zone. Is it going to be complementary to this flight path? Is it maybe going to swing all the way up towards that far northern side? We got a shout out there from Matt for IKURD and Golden, as well as more coming through for Twisted. So it's good to see the teams really receiving a lot of love, a lot of support as they are making their way on through. Of course, for the time being, due to the flight path, teams are predominantly focusing their efforts more towards that southern side. Unfortunately for them, with the zone also now being revealed, they don't have to travel too far, as the zone is going to be holding on the edge just towards the south itself, centering up on towards Minas del Valle. Chumacera, I think at this point, is going to be an interesting position to play from, and we already see the players on the side of IKURD now taking up occupation. Of course, if you're joining us now on the stream, welcome, 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 assalamu alaikum. And we are going to get into the action. I mean, this is going to be a sweaty one, right? What a way to start off the first match. Southern flight path, southern zone. Wowzers. Of course, some pretty high expectations for amazing performances to come through. It is Miramar Day after all. It does seem like Brute Force are instead going to be hopping in their vehicle, getting ready for a little bit more of a northern rotation. Maybe pushing up in towards El Pozo. Is that an aerolite that we've got up top there? Yes. Oh, Mir and Ado going for a bit of a stroll. You know, they are just literally winging it, as you can see them getting ready to reach all the way up towards that Pozo region. I mean, starting off in Pozo is not going to be the worst place for Brute Force to be, as it will allow them quite a bit of tranquility and not a lot to worry about, as they, oh well, at least for the time being, will be quite uncontested, right? The majority of the teams focus more towards that center and eastern side, and also then occupying a bit of that southern position as well. Hey, we got Muhammad in the chat as well. Welcome to everyone. Now, looking at Ladriera, we've got the players there from NEXX, also now going about their looting business. Valle del Mar is where we find the players from the ONYX Ravens. Quest, another team that has also taken quite a bit of a push here, moving all the way back in towards Al Azhar. Now, this is definitely a favorite for them, right? We've seen them drop in here numerous times, and I love the commitment, right? So regardless of where the flight path is taking them, they will not give up on their Al Azhar drop location. Again, we see Al Hajj taking a little bit of a more scouting position. So curious to see what information Al Hajj will be able to find. Speaking about finding things then, we also have the players from the side there of GEEKAY, all the way up in Picado. We've got the players from Triple, all the way down in Puerto. So things seem nice, cool, calm, and collected, at least for the time being. Not seeing any hard drops. Anyone looking to try and, you know, challenge the opposition, maybe bring in a few of those upsets. So let's see who's going to be the one to lock it in. In the meanwhile, KR also now just going about their own business, also dropping all the way in towards La Pendita. So I got to really appreciate what the teams are doing here, taking a very spread out approach to the compounds. I mean, that of course all can change pretty soon, as we do have the ONYX Ravens and NEXX also now looking to converge towards that more centralized region of the zone itself. NIGMA also then going to be playing a little bit more on towards the eastern edge, taking it nice, cool, calm, and collected. And it's interesting to see NIGMA actually taking that location. Usually we see them rotating into that region a little bit more into the later game, maybe more towards the mid game. So definitely an interesting one to see, as they are also then potentially changing up a few of those rotational pathways. In the meanwhile, next, diverting from the path that could lead them up into the ONYX Ravens. It seems like they might be opting for a little bit more of that Chumacera positioning. But that is, of course, where we have the team coming through from the side of IKURD, right? So there is going to be a little bit of contention right there. So curious to see at what point we are going to be looking at our first blood being drawn. In the meanwhile, Sly Esports just moving in north of NIGMA. And of course, this is the position I was talking about. We got next, we got ONYX Ravens. And just a little bit further to the north is where we have the players from IKURD. So this is where next now needs to be rather careful, right? Making a little bit too much noise could also then draw in the focus of IKURD. I don't know if they are fully aware of the whereabouts of the team themselves. Of course, now Saleh is showing us that you can indeed drive a Porsche out in the mountains, all through the hills. But here we go, Viga's now also starting to just fly on down as the players here from KR make their entry into zone. We have RTG, NASR, as well as Twisted Minds. That could come rotating up right behind them. RTG also about to dip their toes in the zone. And what's going to be interesting from the zone especially is that, you know, there's not any major crazy compounds to take occupation of, so there is going to be quite a bit of fighting for that more dominating position. Speaking about fighting, Ali getting right down to business, blowing up Ragnar's vehicle. So curious to see how Ragnar is going to look to get themselves out of the situation. The rest of the team also not too far away. You can see Santa and the rest of the GEEKAY now starting to just creep a little bit closer. The other two players, of course, situated, I believe, up towards that church, just off in the distance. Again, that church also being a very good compound to hold, as it allows quite a bit of information to be gathered. Yep, there we can see the other two players situated towards the church. So GEEKAY really thinking through the situation, thinking through the split. We get to see how they can have this actually work out in their favor. IKURD, in the meanwhile, are going to be taking a lot more of a split-up approach, right? So we got Ali right here. We do see Aram just holding a little bit more towards that southeastern side. But, yeah, Brute Force Twisted yet to rotate in. Quest now also on their way. Ooh, and the zone has shifted all the way down. Up into Los Higos. Wow, this is going to be an absolutely sweaty shift coming through. I mean, CONQUEROR Iraq, they're going to feel pretty happy seeing that they are already situated over on that southern edge. But now this is where the bridge camping is going to be of the utmost importance. Already we can see the aggression starting to mount there. As the first shot lands onto NIGMA Galaxy. And now they have to try and backpedal ever so slightly, but there's not going to be a lot of room. As you can see, KR moving in. We've got the ARB champions rolling up as well. So this is going to be a very, very tough one. Because I said day 2 is going to be crazy, and I was not expecting it to be, well, like this. So let's see how the teams are going to handle themselves. Raouf now trying to weigh up the options. Right, are they going to risk it, try and push on forward? KR, though, they are definitely risking it. J9 just ducking under the vehicle. Beautiful spray uprooting Ali. So one down. Few more to go as Vigors and the rest of the squad here now just dip over on towards that eastern side. But again, there's not a lot of room as they are essentially pretty much on the eastern edge already. Oh, crazy. Just doing phenomenal work. Sorting out Besiktas. Now we still have Shaco down on their knees. J9 could go in for the res, but Vigors and Hassan are going to look to just inch their way all the way around that southern approach. But of course, more teams now going to be coming in towards CONQUEROR Iraq. You can see Triple as well as the ARB champions looking to test the water. Crazy now locking in on Ahmad. So that is one down, a few more to go. This is going to be such a crazy, crazy play. Already it is looking to be exceptionally challenging. But ARB are trying to weigh up their options. Maybe that initial bridge is not going to be the easiest approach to take. But we also have that far western bridge being a very viable option to play from. That is already occupied by Brute Force and GEEKAY. Meanwhile, QTEL just using a beautiful scope, reaching across the waterway, locking in a bit of that carnage. But of course, now the repayment has come through as well. The hits continue to line up. As you can see, Ragnar finding Neos. And that is the contention over on towards the western bridge. As Brute Force are trying to lock in that rotation, trying to sneak themselves in. But of course, the blue zone is going to limit their options as well, as it is going to be closing through the zone, is going to be centering up even more so. And this is the opportunity now for the ONYX Ravens to get themselves fortified, because boy, oh boy, are they going to be tested. See, GEEKAY, Brute Force, still trying to settle their differences over on the west, over on the eastern edge. There's going to be Alhaji and the rest of the Quest crew. Ooh, trying to play the hits, but up comes the spray as RTG line up the third party angles. Volt and the rest of the crew now just have to bolt down the hill. A lot of positional play coming through here. Reva trying to move in, but TP says no. Locks in the spray. Bringing them down. Moncante now also trying to find a bit of an approach to play out of here. I mean, they also still are yet to rotate down towards that southern edge. You only have just over a minute remaining before that blue is going to start closing in. The teams up towards the north are going to find themselves in a very uncomfortable position. IKURD, Twisted next, and NASR also on the northern edge of the zone. So we are going to be looking at several hits now flying in from all our different regions here. Vision still having to deal with a lot of the blue damage, but they are leading with regards to the eliminations alongside CONQUEROR. You can see 5 elims either side. Quest now having their numbers starting to dwindle, holding on with 2 as Mon and Kante are trying to out-heal the damage coming through from this blue zone, but Mon, oof, not looking too great. Gotta be very careful. One hit could end it for them right there, but the nade is going to try and reach across. TP trying to lock in that res as well. But again, it just proves to be so challenging out in the blue zone, as IKURD now also make a dash for the bridge, but unfortunately they are getting picked up as Quest still hanging in the wing. Vision, oh, there we go. It is the end of the road, but Mon now trying to secure yet another elimination. And this is a great capitalization coming through from the side of Quest. Aram doing exactly the same, making Mon regret that play. But of course, now for Quest, it's all up to Kante, who's also still finding themselves situated in the blue. Aram will have an easier rotation across this eastern bridge, as all the teams have pretty much moved up, getting themselves secured into the zone. Meanwhile, up north, it is still going to be NASR and next Slime Machine, as well as Twisted. Now trying to decide, are they going to maybe opt for a bit of a swim to get themselves towards that southern side? Or are they just going to fall to the blue? Sly now having to make a really tough decision here. I mean, they do have NASR, so there's only one team held up alongside them. But NASR still sitting on a full squad. Sly, they also have that knock, but the main challenge is going to be getting across the water. Right, especially if this next zone does shift even more towards the southern edge. That could spell quite a bit of disaster. So NASR securing themselves within the compound. So at least for the time being, this could be a nice bit of a stopover. Twisted next. As you can see, also just off in the distance there, trying to figure out what is going to be the opportune play to make at this point. GEEKAY, though, they've survived the onslaught, managing to rotate through on that western side, inching their way closer and closer. Of course, now next, also running into a few problems. We can see those elims coming in. QTEL trying to reach across the way. Also just trying to do a little bit of that due diligence, trying to alleviate a little of the pressure as they move upwards and onwards. Up comes IKURD. Let's say Aram is going to have an easy rotation, heading closer towards zone, but of course Kalaga now denies them entry as they come through, closing the door in their face. Now NASR having to defend as Sly have come rushing on forward. J7 is down, Spec, Xenox, the final 2 contenders left to defend. Sly also holding on to only 2 players. Not quite sure if they are, but going to be able to get that res in on 13 as the shots continue to just bombard them. Here comes the push though. NASR reduced to 1. Spec trying to cook up that nade, trying to hopefully find the angle. And that nail in the coffin now for Sly. Doesn't seem like Sly are going to be looking to allow too much of this to continue. StyzX now looks to lock it down. Going for that res. Xenox now in an absolutely essential position, trying to relay the information across to Spec. It's all going to come down to timing. That nade could close it up. The molly, oh, unfortunately not landing where they would have hoped. Instead, it takes down their teammate. You got to continue to push. Oh, Spec now about to get rushed. Sly at the ready. One down, one more to go. At least still here for NASR. Spec runs around, and there we go. The third party play saving the day. Oh my goodness. ONYX Ravens coming through with a great assist across the way. Now taking a bit of a swing at the side here of GEEKAY, as they are also yet to secure a bit of a foothold. KR also just playing the sneaky game, right? Just inching their way closer and closer. In the meanwhile, we say goodbye to Twisted Minds, getting taken out in 11th. Unfortunately, not a single point to their name. Vision also got sent out with 7 elims, though. But here we have it. ONYX Ravens, they have full control of center zone. Got a decent spread on them as well. Of course, they are going to have to try and hold off anyone that looks to move in. ARB going to try and blaze their way through the side of Conqueror Iraq. See crazy J9 keeping it nice and steady. I still want to see J9 and J7 play a bit of a numbers game. But NIGMA Galaxy also now suffering an unfortunate end as they get taken down. Now we are left with only 9 remaining teams. Crazy. J9 not going to be backing off just yet. ARB champions also not looking to do anything similar to that. As you got Ricard, Osama, and QTEL are just trying to play the edge. Trying to find a bit of an opportunity. But now, especially with Spec and Mexico in the drink, that could allow a few more eliminations to come through. Brute Force also still in the swing. Not getting packed up just yet. It's all now relying on the performance here coming through from Ado, but it's going to be a 1v3 push potentially if they decide to take it. And this is where it gets exceptionally challenging. I mean, it's good that Ado is, you know, just getting a bit of a look to figure out where the opposing teams could be situated, especially looking towards this eastern side. As I think RTG could be posing quite a bit of a threat for Brute Force. Let's see who's going to be the one to lock it in, though. I mean, ONYX Ravens, as you can see on the map, right, still very uncontested. We still have all the teams just predominantly positioned on the edge of zone. GEEKAY, of course, they're going for a little bit more of a southern approach. Now, that could be a big brain strat. That could be exactly the kind of strategy that you need to play for. But Ado is going to pose a big threat and could maybe prevent that strategy to come to fruition. It's all going to be reliant on whether or not Gaith can actually find that angle. In the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Next X. Oh, look at the rush now coming through. GEEKAY, they want to find Brute Force. They want to secure themselves on the south. And, of course, with a big helping hand coming through from RTG, that is exactly what they are allowed to do now. As Brute Force get backed up to elims. All the way in that 8th position. KR yet to find some eliminations. We can see that big fat bubble next to their name. At least they are within placement point territory. Of course, now ARB champions also still relentless on this ridge riding. As you can see, the shot connecting through onto J9. This is that opening now for ARB to push in and end it for Conqueror. Oh, but of course, you got to watch out. ONYX Ravens still going to be hanging in the wing. And this is where the challenge now lies for ARB. Because, I mean, obviously they can't rotate straight towards the west. As you can see, the compound's already heavily occupied and defended by the side of the ONYX Ravens. So their next option could maybe be to try and ride that ridge. Or maybe take an approach more towards the eastern side. Into a similar position as to where we find the players there from KR. In the meanwhile, GEEKAY continuing with clearing up the southern edge. As they do find Kalaga. There we go. Kalaga backed up and shipped out. It's now down to Rio and Groza RTG only sitting on 3 eliminations. So far it seems the first Miramar is not going to turn out the same way it did for them just yesterday. It's a lot of sprays now. The ONYX Ravens trying heavily and succeeding, of course, at defending the compounds from any challenges. GEEKAY also doing a good job down towards the southern edge. Still having all 3 weapons ready to point where it needs to. As Groza, Rio now look to play a little bit more of a quiet game. But at some point they have to move up as the blue zone is going to be restricting and constricting in behind them. KR also just up ahead. You can see them now starting to get a little bit more mobilized. Trying to figure out what is going to be the play to get themselves situated. Oh, but the nades now. As Ragnar is trying to reach Gaith, of course, now just trying to gather a little bit of that information to send it in. ARB champions, though, getting backed up. Rio spotting out Gaith. But the push is on. KR-E-SPORTS keeping it nice and quiet. Again, not looking to give away too much information right here. But GEEKAY, I mean, they are just locked and loaded and ready to roll. RTG going to have an exceptionally challenging time getting themselves back up this hill. As you can see, the Overwatch positions very securely held by both KR and GEEKAY. But whatever their strategy is, it has to come to fruition at some point, right? They have to look to play it out. As we've got about only 40 seconds left on the clock, the new zone has revealed itself. It still sticks to the southern edge. Of course, ONYX Ravens still having a phenomenal opportunity to continue their positioning within the compounds, while the rest of the teams are now locked on the outside. It's all going to come down to these next few pushes. I mean, this is one of the best Miramars that we've seen to date, coming through from the side of the ONYX Ravens. Previous season, ONYX Ravens had an exceptionally challenging time when it came to the map of Miramar. Only securing themselves 53 points. Finding the lowest amount of eliminations, only 38. So, based on what we're seeing right now, ONYX, they've definitely done their homework. They've definitely worked on their strategies and the way that they handle Miramar. So curious to see just how far they are going to look to push this. Currently utilizing their numbers advantage, their positional advantage, as well as the nades fly in. That is going to be Vigors getting their ticket punched. Now it is up to Hassan. Hassan not having a lot of options here. We got GEEKAY towards the south. We got ONYX Ravens over to the north, and of course the western edge. Spec there from NASR, also just playing it nice and quiet. Not looking to make too much noise. But here we go. NASR now just inching their way forward. Spec trying to ride the storm. NASR also being a very confident team when it comes to the map of Miramar. Last season, they were able to secure themselves 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. So they've proven that they have a really good play when it comes to this map. I'm definitely so impressed with what the ONYX Ravens have been doing so far. Great start for the first match of day number 2. Oh, there we go. Lath does lock it in, and that is NASR out in 4th. The final 3 teams are having to show us what they've got. A 1v3v4. But here we go, right? It is going to be ONYX Ravens now getting their strategy being put to the full test. GEEKAY also not one of the teams that were able to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner on Miramar in the spring split. So this could be exceptionally hopeful for either of them. Hope, Laith, Gaith, Hope, Gaith, Laith, Hope, Gaith, and Ragnar coming through with a beautiful spread. Allow them some really good opportunities, a lot of information gathering. But they have to look to condense that a little bit more, seeing that the blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. Speaking about hands being forced, that is exactly what we see come through here for Hassan. Oh, down they go as Ragnar spots them. And it is the end. Only 2 teams now remain to fight it out for that first winner chicken dinner of the day. And of course, this could be the first chicken dinner for either of these teams on Miramar within league stage for 2023. But who's going to be the one to take it? Is it going to be the ONYX Ravens? Is it going to be GEEKAY? Either of them feeling exceptionally motivated at this point. Both teams sitting on 7 eliminations on either end. And here we go. And Sahad taking a nice split. Got Saleh and Laith then on the opposite end. We could see Laith and Gaith now getting into a little bit of an altercation here. Ooh, spotting out the movement. But again, being a slight bit hesitant, not wanting to give up the position just yet. So it's nice for both these teams. They know that the opposing team is just up ahead of them. On the other side of that road, that is the only spot that they can be. This is looking way more favorable for the ONYX Ravens. Not only do they have the numbers advantage, but also they have a more centralized position within the current zone. And this being the 9th phase, there is not going to be any shifts coming through. Gaith locks in, or Laith rather, gets Gaith, as the nade is right on the money. Now this is the opportunity, the time to shine for the ONYX Ravens. They have Hope and Ragnar now on the very edge of the zone. ONYX Ravens now just flexing all the available space they have to work with here as Ragnar gets spotted. Down they go, and that is the end. GEEKAY getting their ticket bunched as the ONYX Ravens secure their very first Miramar winner chicken dinner for 2023. Absolutely amazing. What a growth play that was. I mean, looking at how far the ONYX Ravens have come. Wow. Absolutely phenomenal job. I mean, you got to give it up, right? ONYX Ravens doing a stand-up job. Just doing so much work with all the aggression there. I mean, it was very close, right? Great to see that step up in performance coming through from GEEKAY as well as the ONYX Ravens. Miramar seems like it could potentially be turning around for them. Now, I mean, this is an exceptional play, especially for the side of ONYX Ravens, as this is their best performance that we've seen on Miramar for this entire year. So well done to them. Absolutely amazing job done. And we look forward to seeing more of that coming through for the remainder of the day. Of course, as we've mentioned, right, today is going to be the Miramar heavy day. Now, if this is the way the ONYX Ravens are going to be starting off the proceedings here, it could be quite a day for the books, right? Quite a match to witness. But amazing, phenomenal performances indeed. But now we look to see, you know, how this performance then impacts everything that we have, that these teams are working towards. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the match rankings, looking at the overall leaderboards potentially, as well as our damage breakdown, to see also then who our MVPs for this match is going to be. So there were quite a few contenders coming through for that, so I think it is going to be a pretty tough one. But ONYX Ravens feeling very comfortable with the 9 eliminations. Man, it's going to feel so good. But of course, speaking about 9 eliminations, let's take a look at what the rest of the team's got. We got GEEKAY then walking away with 7 eliminations, securing themselves a grand total of 13 points in total. NASR also then finding 5 there for a grand total of 9. ARB champions sitting on 6, as well as CONQUEROR Iraq also then on 6 eliminations apiece. Vision, as we saw, coming through with their 7 eliminations, but NIGMA Galaxy, Twisted Minds, and Triple all getting sent back empty-handed. That is definitely not what I was expecting to see come in our very first Miramar of day number 2. Beautiful strategies. Vision also just going absolutely rampant there, scoring themselves 7 eliminations. Quest, as you can see, also was on quite a bit of a mission here. Securing themselves those 3 eliminations, but a phenomenal nade there by Spec. You got to give it up to Spec, though. They were blessed getting out of that 2-on-1 altercation, and then, of course, provided a great opportunity to get across the waterway and into this late zone. But here we go. Oh. Rio, yeah, running out of luck. Floating back up to the surface. The same can be said there for Spec. But, yeah, you got to appreciate the fact that Lath and Gaith got into a bit of an altercation here. Beautifully placed nade coming through there from Lath. Finding the knock, and of course then essentially the blue zone just doing its thing. But look at the damage. Conqueror Iraq picking up 1,660 damage, finding 6 eliminations out of that. But the highest conversion rate is going to go to the side of ONYX Ravens. Right, 9 eliminations coming out of 1,376 damage. So very, very strong conversion rate on that end. And of course, taking a look at our MVPs, it is going to be Lath taking both the highest elims and of course those nade finishes with Crazy finding the most damage. Saleh then with the longest hit, and Ado all the way from Broody Fruity's Brute Force securing themselves that longest distance traveled in this match. So a phenomenal play coming through on that end. Great start to the day, setting the bar exceptionally high. And of course, as we've been seeing coming in from yesterday as well as today, we have teams picking up their very, very first winner chicken dinners for the 2023 time period, right? Not even the season. Now, this includes the spring season as well as the season. So absolutely amazing job. So that is now being a vision as well as the players coming through from Sly. And of course, well, we add even more to the tally. ONYX Ravens also doing phenomenal things out on the battlefield. But this is what we've come to expect now, right? Day 1 was filled with this. Day 2, starting off with it. So there is quite a bit of an expectation being set here. So I want to see how the teams are going to look to uphold that momentum moving forward. And of course, speaking about momentum, we are going to be moving over in towards the lovely Sanhok for game number 2. But before we get there, let's take a look and see how that all impacted our overall leaderboards, as we have, well, of course, now not a big shift, not a big move coming through for the side there of RTG. Not much has happened on their end. But what we did see is GEEKAY actually jumping up 6 slots all the way in towards that 4th position. And of course now Quest, as a result of that, having to move down. NIGMA also now just getting moved off of the first page. We'll see them on page number 2. Slime Machine also just getting scooted down 1 position there. But as we are prepping ourselves to take a look at the second page, there's not a lot of changes between first and second, right? RTG Falcons still pretty secure for the time being. But as I mentioned, NIGMA, they got moved down 6 slots. ONYX Ravens jumping 8 positions all the way up in towards 10th place. So they started off in 18th, now all the way up in 10th as we look down to the rest. GANGSTERS also being moved down, as well as the players there from Twisted Minds moving down 4 positions all the way into that 18th slot. Of course, next XW7, we are going to be waiting to see what they'll be bringing in for the remainder of the day. Still wanting to have a bit of a burst in performance on their end, right? And of course, as we know, they have their 4 maps to play through here for today. Fortunately, we haven't seen them in the first one, so definitely moving into Sanhok is going to be a great opportunity for that now really to come to fruition, especially for a team like W7. As we've seen them perform exceptionally well. I believe it was in the Saudi E-League, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, definitely want to see W7 really finding some good momentum, right? Really having their strategies click in place for them. But yes, it is going to be time for us now to get a little bit closer to our second match. Just trying to see. We are probably going to be taking a look at a few more things along the way. No, I don't think we are. So, next up could be right over on the side of Sanhok. So let me know in the chat what you guys think. Who do you think is going to be the team to surprise us with their performance come Sanhok, right? Because if we look back to what we had on our Sanhok from just yesterday, GEEKAY, they were definitely the strongest performing team with regards to that. Of course, scoring themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner, doing so with 10 eliminations. And then, of course, we had the players from R8 picking up 12 points. So the expectation is there, right? GANGSTERS also then picking up 7 eliminations. But if we compare this to what we had looking back at our previous season, right? Only for today and tomorrow I'm going to be doing this because it's still relevant for now, right? If we look back to the previous Sanhok, what we had, we actually had the players from RTG securing themselves that winner chicken dinner, with Quest taking second place and Brute Force coming in third. Now, looking at the lineup of teams that we have moving into this lobby, as we know, the Group E squads are going to be joining us. So that means Group D are going to be sitting this one out. That includes GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, as well as Triple. Now, out of the list of teams that I've just mentioned, we are definitely going to be looking at RTG, still having that opportunity to play. We are going to be having Quest, and of course the players from Brute Force. So the expectation is there, right? They showed us last season what they can bring, but based on the amount of upsets that we've had already just in the first day, and of course the first match of today, it could change up entirely. So we are going to be finding out very, very soon exactly what the teams are going to be having in store for us. But in the meanwhile, let's hop in game and see how Sanhok is going to unravel. In the meanwhile, be sure to give your predictions in the chat. Let me know, who do you think is going to step it up? Do you think it is going to be RTG, Quest, or Brute Force? Or maybe could we have some repeat offenders from yesterday? Well, the answer to that question is going to be no, because GEEKAY is not here, right? Because GEEKAY was the team to score the winner chicken dinner. But let's see what the Sanhok is going to bring. Maybe we could see R8 really looking to push for a bit of a push here as well. This is going to be their first match of the day. GANGSTERS also performing exceptionally well yesterday, and this is a welcoming game. FALCONS also scoring themselves 5 elims yesterday. Unfortunately, not any placement points. But how will this go? Flight path not going to be all too important here. We are going to be waiting to see what that zone will be bringing through. Is it going to go up to the north, down to the south, over to the east, or over to the west? Or is it going to just sit nice and center in the middle? Time will reveal all. Again, we do see that hard drop from the between W7 and KR. Oh, the hits are there. Yakuza seems to be the first one brought to their knees. Ooh, Twisted and Next X as well. The zone now shifts towards the south. Kevin also now just getting wiped out. So already 2 players getting eliminated. 2 players now also getting knocked. Ooh, KR trying to make a bit of a push. But Besiktas Hassan getting stopped in their tracks. Now Walid trying to figure out what the play is going to be here. Are they going to try and rush it, waiting for those the reinforcements to move up alongside them as they now get ready to rush in on Vigors. Vigors no stranger to the pressure. Oh, there we go. Finds the first, but down they go. W7. Oh, having a pretty exciting run right here. Ali, of course, now is going to be the final contender left there for the side of KR. So it's essentially a 1v1. Both of the solos now having 2 team members to try and res up. So this is going to be a numbers game. Looking to see who's going to be the first one to get the job done. Ali, the first one to brave the wall. Ooh, DBS right there. Gotta watch out. Jump shot, but it doesn't seem like the wall is gonna allow too much of that to come through. Hero still just looking for that res. Oh, Ali with a beautifully timed shot. DBS out. The shot's now connecting up, but it does seem like we are going to be heading into a rehost. Now that's unfortunate. I mean, we were just getting so excited about what we're seeing come through here. Man. Well, let's see, maybe we are going to be venturing back. We don't know just yet. The map the game is still going. We'll find out soon enough what exactly is going to be coming through. Yep, definitely going to be a rehost. Now, that is unfortunate, but it's no surprise, right? As I mentioned yesterday, Sanhok, usually the map that gives a few problems. Maybe there's a few snakes in the wires or something. Who knows, right? It could be so many things right now. But I can see a few potential predictions coming through in the chat as well. Saturo saying that NASR are going to be picking up a 15 elimination winner chicken dinner. I mean, that could be the case, right? That could be the case, but you didn't say whether or not it's going to be on Sanhok, right? You think it's going to be on Sanhok? You think it could potentially maybe be, well, somewhere else, right? As we do have NASR obviously being one of the teams participating in this match. Well, first... oh, yes. It does happen that the rehosts sometimes come through at the exact opportune moment, right? It's not like it's planned, it just happens, that's the way it is. But of course, now with the rehost, we should be getting back into the match very, very soon to see exactly what the setup is going to be this time around, right? What the teams will have to work with, where the zone is going to be taking them. I got to say though, I was pretty pleased with the southern zone. It looked very, very promising. But curious to see what we're going to have in our second run. Is it going to be very similar, or maybe is it going to take a completely alternate switch? Speaking of which, it seems like we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They want to keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a sweat with the rest. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. us all to the top. We won't fit it up, we won't fit it up, we won't fit it up lives now. We don't quit, we won't stop now. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit it up lives now. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augusta. Let's go.
What's up, guys, and welcome back. All right, so we are getting ready to hop into the match yet again. So the rehost has happened, and we're just waiting for all our players to populate all their seats so we can hop right into the action to see exactly what that flight path zone and, of course, what the teams are going to be having in store for us. This is also going to be the first match for Group E, as they are going to be joining us out on the battlefield. So that is going to be Gangsters, as well as R8, Team Falcons, and W7 Esports now stepping forward onto the field for the first time here today. So if you have any predictions as to you think who's going to be the team to take the dub here, who's going to be the one to take that winner chicken dinner, let us know. As we know, yesterday GEEKAY was the team to get the winner chicken dinner, but they are in Group D, the group that are going to be sitting this one out, right? So GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, as well as Triple are not going to be playing this Sanhok match. They'll be back in match number 3, moving upwards and onwards. So R8 yesterday performed quite well, securing themselves 6 eliminations, getting that second place finish. We also then had the Gangsters securing themselves 7 elims, with also a 3rd place overall, right? Their overall performance on that map. So quite a bit to look forward to, as we could potentially have a bit of a repeat of that come through. But of course, then looking at what we had come through from the previous season, R8 was also our best performing team on the map of Sanhok itself, right? RTG, also some pretty strong contenders right there. They got themselves 2 winner chicken dinners, and of course a bucket load of points as well. So the expectation is there, but now it's going to come down to how the teams are going to be performing, right? Will they meet that expectation? Will they surpass that expectation? Or are we potentially going to have a team that is going to step up to claim the winner chicken dinner for the first time, right? So last season we didn't see any chickens come through from the side of NASR with regards to the map of Sanhok. Also Gangsters did not have any. We also then had the players from Triple, so there's a lot of potential outcomes that could really come to fruition here. Falcons, if we look back to what they did last season, also they did not have any success on Sanhok with regards to winner chicken dinners, but who knows, that could all of course change right here today. Give me your thoughts on that. Do you think that is going to be a possibility, or do you think we are going to be seeing that consistent play from yesterday and of course the previous season pull through into the Sanhok of today as well? And of course, in the meanwhile, we should be transitioning across into that, and of course, without any further delay, here we go. Alright, so taking a look at the flight path, you can see it this time changing up for a little bit more of a northern approach. Previous match was a little bit further down south, but of course flight path Sanhok doesn't matter all too much. Instead it comes down to where that zone is going to be forming. We can see some nice early action coming through in Hatin between the players there from W7. But are they going to find themselves in that hot drop yet again? It does seem like that is exactly what we have coming through. W7 again having to fight for a little bit of control. KR also then maintaining their persistency, right? Not going to be backing off. We got Conqueror and Gangsters also relatively close over on towards the quarry position. You see Mon there from Quest as well, just peering into the side of Brute Force. RTG Vision over on that far eastern side could also deliver a little bit of excitement. Walsh now could be in trouble. They've hopped in their vehicles. We got Shaker on the one side, we got Tiger on the opposite end. Gotta be careful. Ooh, right, this time around the zone does go a little bit more centralized, centering up on towards Brute Camp. It's a nice change. W7 again, having to figure out how they're going to play this one. Are they going to look to get a little bit more aggressive? Maybe find a bit of that KR spice along the way? Or could this be the opportunity for KR now to step up? A bit of a shake-up. Yakuza, Ali, very close to each other. Waleed could get spotted. Yes, that is what happened. Utilities starting to fly. Now we wait to see how this one is going to unfold. Crypto, though, does find Mexico. All the way up into Painan. Mexico, of course, getting caught in the crossroads. You gotta watch out. If Crypto comes for you, you're gonna have your ticket punched. Evo Station following through with the confirmation on that one. So that is our first blood. Crypto getting the knock. Evo Station getting confirmation. Ooh. Yakuza already down as Ali and the rest of the crew now look to rush in. Not going to give them any room this time around. Applying so much pressure. Waleed about to get absolutely bombarded, but Hero holding on to a good position. Getting a little bit of the elevation. KR with a nice spread. Trying to tackle this from all angles. But now Hero, Waleed. Ooh, being put on quite a bit of a back foot. Hero about to get rushed. Waleed, though, with a little bit of that suppressive fire. Oh, but Hero, here comes the play. Down they go. And now it turns to Waleed, who realizes the situation and is like, you know what? Maybe I should try and get away. But KR looking so confident. The first take I seems to be a little bit of a warm-up round that we had right before the rehost. Now, yeah, KR just out for blood. Stepping up and doing what they gotta do. Backing up W7, and it is the end of the road. But of course, we love the sweaty action coming through on Sanhok. So now with one team down, we still have 15 to see what they'll be bringing in. Next, also already losing their first player, as we saw, at the hand of Crypto. But will next be able to pick it up. Ooh. 3 Zars could be the next one to fall for the squad. Gotta get themselves patched up. Quest especially holding on towards that lovely brute camp position. We got R8 just over on towards the eastern side. Then, of course, Conqueror even more to the east. Well, R8, they're over towards the northeast. We got Conqueror over to the east itself. And then, of course, Twisted situated down on towards the southern side. So next, essentially completely encircled by teams. So they are going to have a very tough time playing through this one. We just got to hope that no one finds them, right? That Twisted and Conqueror maybe find each other on the edge. Maybe R8 coming in with a bit of an upset there onto the side of Quest. Because that would allow that opportunity, that escape for the side of Nexus. Next, rather. We go Brute Force also now making a play towards the more northern side of zone. Looking to get themselves spread out. Maybe in a bit of a... Maybe it's in anticipation of KR's potential rotation. Curious to see where the zone is going to shift, because if it moves towards the east, it would make perfect sense to see Brute Force holding the angle that they've got right now. Meanwhile, RTG, they're going to be moving in on the eastern end, coming through just south of the players there from Slime Machine. Both teams now occupying the compounds surrounding that quarry region. Alright, so here we go. Slide doing their due diligence. Trying to figure out what the opportune approach could be at this point. I mean, they've got a sense that there's someone in the vicinity, right? Not 100% sure exactly where, but they're somewhere. This is how Mexico met their fate. Evo Station and Crypto disclosing the door on their behalf. Falcons, a very comfortable spot all the way down towards Cave. No one really there to contest. Of course, we do have the Gangsters a little bit further away, up in towards Dock. So, curious to see how that rotation is going to come through. Speaking about comfortability, Vision having a very similar kind of fate. So you can see them also now just getting entry up in towards the zone, as it does center a little bit further down onto By None and Brute Camp. So this is where the excitement now lies. You can see next, they are at least safe towards the west, right? If ARB moves in, if NASR moves in, that is next now in a world of trouble. But, I mean, it could still work out in their favor, especially looking at Quest and R8 so close to each other, with the addition of Slime Machine potentially moving in behind R8. And then, of course, as we can see, we got Conqueror, Twisted, as well as the Falcons now towards that southern edge. So, not all has been decided just yet. There could still be a way for Next to get out of this. As long as they don't make any noise, right? They just got to keep nice and quiet. Of course, the predictions coming through for Quest, R8, as well as KR. I mean, KR getting the match off to a good start. Already those 4 eliminations to their name. But they are yet to rotate forward towards the zone. Maybe they are going to be moving up into Trifecta. Maybe they could be making a push further down. Maybe heading in towards Ruins. We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. ONYX, though, already riding on a bit of adrenaline. Getting that first winner chicken dinner of the day. But how is their new Miramar skills going to translate over into the lovely Sanhok itself? Ooh, R8 now trying to jump at the opportunity to find Brute Force. You can see the shots now just getting hammered in. The hits connecting up. Brute Force having a very challenging rotation. Ooh, down goes Prepod. Twisted Mind's going to be looking to maybe crack open a can of something. I mean, this could also be a great opportunity for Twisted Minds to step up their overall Sanhok performance. Last season, also not a single winner chicken dinner. They got 42 eliminations in total. Ooh, Evo Station does fall in turn. Crypto now on the defensive, does get Neos. The 2 down, 2 up. Brute Force down to 1. Quite exciting seeing these teams try new strategies. And definitely things that we've not yet seen from them. Brute Force also an exceptional performance that they've brought in. They've secured themselves 2 winner chicken dinners in the previous season. Let's see how they are going to be looking to play it out this time around. Oh, there we go. Twisted now Trying to smoke it up for Evo Station. Looking to see if they can get themselves back on a strong footing here. Bringing those numbers back into contention. Meanwhile, the zone does force their hand ever so slightly. Right, they are now going to be receiving a little bit more company. As it's now shifted up towards the north. Centering on the side of Quest. So NASR, KR, as well as ONYX and the Falcons are having to make a bit of a decisive play. Are they going to push blindly or forward into the zone? Or are they going to all just converge down on the same position? I mean, Painan could also still be a viable position to play at this point, seeing that you still have that northern tip of Painan available. So the compounds could provide a little bit of a safe haven, at least for the time being. R8 though, just stretching their legs. They've got full control now of the lovely boot camp, but it could be short-lived. Because not only do we have Quest still holding on the hill, but we also then see the players from Slime Machine just situated over on towards that eastern side. So whatever R8 does, they should hopefully not get too overconfident, right? Not too relaxed. Still got to keep your wits about you. In the meanwhile, NASR now looking to line it up, defending that center position right up in trifecta. Going toe-to-toe here with the side of the ARB champions. But NASR in a very sandwich position. Also over on towards Twisted as RTG. Oh, comes rushing straight on in. CONQUEROR Iraq also finding a bit of a spray. West also in the mix. So many teams now just getting an opportunity for a few third-party sprays here as we say goodbye to RTG. Now left with the final 12 teams. We can see CONQUEROR, or Quest rather, still holding on to full squad already with those 3 eliminations up. KR, they've also now inched up on towards that western side, just towards Ruins, but they are going to have to contest the position with the team there, or rather against the team of the GANGSTERS. Twisted Minds, though, sitting on 6 eliminations, leading the pack. Doing so with only 3 players up. Sly now coming under a little bit of fire, as attack has already been brought to their knees. Sizex also now just trying to hold nice and steady. Get that boost applied before reacting to the onslaught coming through here from Vision. But there we go. TP goes down. Discrim now sending out the nade. Finds Fastshade. Down they go. 13, an attacker. Still maybe look to pick up the pieces here. But I love this confidence coming through from the side of Vision. They've had a 1 successful run. 1 winner win a chicken dinner in the previous season. Are they going to be able to continue with that? Yesterday they found only 2 points. All of which came through from the eliminations. So far the aggression is looking good. Sly only found 1 elimination yesterday. So it is a very even approach coming through between both teams. But Sly managed to secure themselves placement points as well. So they do have that counting in their favor. But up comes the sprays now. GANGSTERS getting punched out. Off they go. Oh, the hits. Nicely done. Vision going full circle. Trying to capitalize. And now it is 13. The only player standing between them and 4 elims. What an improvement this is. Vision doubling down on the efforts from yesterday. Getting 4 right there. Beautiful squad wipe. But now there's still so much work left to do. CONQUEROR Iraq finding themselves over on towards that southeastern side. They are in the company of Vision, Twisted, and Falcons, so they need to be very careful how they play these next few rotations, these next few moves. Crypto, of course, the last one left for the side of Twisted. Oh, having limited options. But speaking about options, though, ONYX Ravens flipping the coin, making that dash, trying to get over in towards this eastern side of zone. Oh, and it is just absolute carnage all over the place. Saleh managing to dodge a few hits, but that is it. Vision also then getting ended. Down they go in 10th place. 4 elims up. ONYX Ravens. Successful rotation. Manages to make it across into boot camp, but of course, boot camp is not empty. We got R8 lying in wait. Out of the teams currently in this lobby, R8 was the strongest performing squad. Aside from GEEKAY, but as we know, GEEKAY, they're not here to defend themselves, right? They're not here to defend that position. So it's all going to rely on R8 to see whether or not they can continue with the consistency, hold that momentum. They are definitely going to get challenged as we are waiting for that next zone to shift. A lot of edge play coming through, so you can see all the teams not just hugging the side, but they have to make that play. They have to give it up and move on forward. Now I think it is going to be a race for the bootcamp hills. As you can see that compound being within zone just on the southern edge. Crypto running on borrowed time. Be a very challenging rotation to make. In the meanwhile, NASR now trying to get a bit aggressive, but Quest up on the high ground, playing the elevation advantage. Oh, ARB also now coming under fire, but there we go. Make too much noise. That is such a tough one to play. Thank you so much, Payne. Appreciate you for being here. But here we go. R8 now. Trying to show a little bit of dominance. Trying to earn the respect. But here we go. Easy. Not having any luck. Trying to get the shots in, but it proves to be too challenging. Now NASR trying to run away from ARB. We're playing a little bit of GT PUBG. Or is that PUB GTR? Whichever way you want to call it, that is what it is. A little bit of that vehicle action coming through. ARB champions now full, sending it up into boot camp. But of course, they are welcomed with open barrels. We got Esketon and Ragnarok on the defensive QTEL. Waiting for a bit of an opportunity. Twisted Minds in the meanwhile will get themselves packed up. 7th place it is. 8th instead. Oh, 8 elims up. Oh, Ragnarok gets the slam dunk, and that is ARB champions having to settle for only 1 elimination. Conqueror Iraq now out there sipping on some blue juice. We got Crazy and Tiger. Ooh, well, now only Tiger, but let's see, are they going to be able to survive the blue zone? See that health bar just ticking on down. Saleh trying to sneak it in. Yeah, Tiger now just lying in a puddle of blue juice. They're not going to make it out of there. They're going to have a very, very tough time. I mean, this is only a 6th phase, right? 7th and beyond is going to be so challenging. But here we go. Laith now on their knees. Up to Saleh and Saad. Hey, here we go. Who's going to get it though? Blue zone. Forcing the teams to push even further forward. Right up into boot camp we go. R8 still holding on to the numbers, but NASR. Now coming under some heavy fire. Down to Starch they go. Spec. Not going to get rezzed up. Yep, that is it. It is the end of the road. Down to the final 4. At least NASR getting sent out with 4 eliminations. It's a good run regardless. Oh, nicely played. Mon getting traded. That is it. Quest now. Hoping that Easy can make it, but the answer is going to be no, as they will not survive. The damage proving to be way too much. Now, 3 teams left. 3 tames, yes. We got 3 tames. You can tame them however you like. But here we go regardless. ONYX Ravens. Again, going to be looking to capitalize. I mean, great consistency that we've seen. Right, they got themselves that first winner chicken dinner of the day. This time around, they made it up into the top 3. So things are looking on the up and up for the ONYX Ravens. KOR-E-SPORTS also showing to be a very aggressive team based on the performances that we had yesterday. But this is their very first Sanhok for the season of PMPL. So we don't have any statistics on that. But so far, things are looking pretty good. Alright, so R8 now trying to make the most out of the current positioning. Still have that full squad up. I'm curious to see what SK Ton is going to be doing. He's got SK Ton all the way on that far southern edge, but very, very isolated. So they need to be somewhat careful. Oh, now comes the pushback. Oh, Bashikta though, on the money with the nade. Beautiful retaliation coming through here. ONYX Ravens also trying to pick up a bit of ground. As you can see, SK Ton still very, very isolated, not looking to risk anything at this point. But that is a very good controlling angle that they've got right there. Ida also now trying to play from up high. Now comes KR pushing through the compounds. Gonna make their rush for Lobster. They want to knock on the door. They want a piece of the pie. All three teams now on opposite ends of the compound. Here we go. R8 trying to capitalize on that split. Ragnarok down on their knees, but already with 6 elims, up 14 in total for R8. So this is definitely R8 holding up their side of the bargain here. SK Ton goes down. Viggers and the rest of KR still having to get themselves out of this ditch. They need to get back up on high ground. Ooh, Saad now taking a bucket load of damage. Out comes the rush. Bashikta. Oh, there we go. Scaring Saad back into the lobby. Right. Big game of intimidation. Not really, but yes. Right, here we go. It's going to be the showdown between KR and R8. Oh, Bashikta down. Viggers down. Ragnarok down. Ali on the wall. The animation results in their demise. What a performance that was, though. Absolutely phenomenal. R8 picking up their winner chicken dinner. What a play, what a play, what a play. I mean, no surprise to see that come through. R8, they were our strongest team last season when it came to the map of Sanhok. Right, they were the Sanhok experts. And of course, they just continue with that role, right? Just continuing to push the envelope as best they can. Last season, they got 4 winner chicken dinners, the most chicken dinners that we saw on Sanhok. And of course, this season, well, they pick up yet another one. And that is a great turnaround coming through for the side there of the R8 squad. I mean, yesterday, we were hoping to see that winner chicken dinner come through. As we know, they weren't able to get it. Instead, it went to the side there of GEEKAY. But now, this match, seeing that we didn't have GEEKAY there, it provided the perfect circumstances then for R8 to step up, get that winner chicken dinner, and continue with the consistency that we saw come through from that spring season. So, a big congratulations going out to them. But of course, now, we need to see what the rest of the teams did, right? We need to see what the points look like and what the scoring is and how all of that then impacts our overall standings. And of course, speaking about which, here we go. It is going to be R8 walking away with 27 points. A beautiful 17-point winner chicken dinner. The second highest chicken that we've seen so far in these past 2 days. Yesterday, we had an 18 chicken dinner. 18 elimination chicken dinner. Let me maybe just put that properly. And of course, R8 this time coming through with 17. Absolutely amazing. Twisted Minds also, though, picking up 8 eliminations. Unfortunately, only finding that 1 placement point. It's tough, but you know what? This is PUBG. That is the way the cookie crumbles. Still 9 points is nothing to scoff about. KOR-E-SPORTS also then very balanced approach here. 6 elims, 6 placement points, and off they go. So absolutely great to see all of that come through here. Now, of course, as we know, we need to see how the other side of the page looks, right? Vision Esports, all of their points coming solely from the eliminations that they found here. All 4 points there on the board. NASR also then picking up a lovely 7-pointer, 6 going to the side of CONQUEROR. But as we take a look, it is 5 teams taking a stop at the donut shop. It is Slime Machine, the GANGSTERS, Brute Force, and the rest, right? So pretty tough. But it is what it is. But yeah, here we go. I mean, whew, it is quite a bit of a challenge, right? We also had, yeah, it was Brute Force. Then I believe we had the players from Next as well as W7 also not securing themselves any points this time around. But it's tough, right? Sanhok is a map made for aggression. I'd love to see the teams just capitalizing on that. Of course, Ragnarok, I think, is going to be our MVP. Right? I just have this feeling. I just have this feeling that Ragnarok is going to be our MVP. Oh, even though they got made with a beautiful nade. We're just doing so much work here. Locking in the aggression, the utilities, the plays, everything. But of course, if you look at it there, yeah, it is 35-35. Speak about a very balanced approach, right? Because if you take the eliminations that they've got, you time it by 2, it does give you 35, right? Not exactly, but yes. Right, gives you 34, but you just add 1. It's close enough. Yeah, so a very aggressive play. I think, yes, it is safe to say Ragnarok is the MVP. 7 elims, 1100 damage. That 1 grenade finish, absolutely phenomenal. Ida, of course, then getting our longest hit, with Walsh then coming through with the greatest distance traveled. So, amazing performances come through. And that is only match number 2. We have 3 more to go. Now, of course, this being Miramar Day, or day 2, whatever you want to call it, right? We are going to be heading into Miramar next to see what the teams are going to be doing. This also then means that we are going to be having the players from Group C sit out, and we will be having Group D join us back on the battlefield. Right, so now, again, who those teams are. So Group C consists of Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, the players from RTG, Road to Glory, as well as Twisted Minds, right? So they're going to be having a little bit of a break, and we'll be seeing GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, as well as PMPL joining us back out on the battlefield. So there's going to be a lot rather to look forward to. You got to give it up to the players from R8, absolutely amazing. ONYX Ravens also taking a very well-deserved break now as they are sitting this one out. But look at this though, RTG coming through with a beautiful 50-pointer right, and then there, R8 Esports only trailing by 1 point. And of course, we got KR 4 points away, holding on to that 3rd place. And then, of course, 5 points from that is where we see the Falcons locked in on 40. But then it gets pretty close and maybe a little bit uncomfortable, right? Because we got the ARB champions 1 point away. Quest 1 point away from that. ONYX and Vision 2 points away. So it is very contentious across the board. Absolutely amazing to see the teams just keeping up the pressure. But of course, this is only page number 1. Moving on to page number 2, it continues. So we closed off 8th place with 36 points. We got 35 now coming through for the side of GEEKAY. Slime Machine and the rest also just keeping it up. I mean, even all the way down to where we find PMPL. I mean, it is still a very exciting play, right? But 25 points, double that, and then you find 1st place. So 25 points currently being the difference between that 1st and 16th position. Of course, taking a quick look here at the rest of the board, 17th, 18th, and onwards. It's also looking pretty tough. But speaking about tough, next XW7, pretty tough run. I mean, still only sitting on 8 points. We've not really seen any changes come through with regards to that. Yes, we did have that 1 jump come through where I believe it was Next X secured themselves an additional point. Yes. So also then just evening up on towards 7. But aside from that, yeah, it is still pretty tough. So hopefully we could see a little bit more success come in the upcoming matches, right? As we still have a few more to go. 2 Miramars and Erangel. So there's a lot of excitement, of course. If you're just joining us in the chat, welcome. Assalamu alaikum. And we are looking forward to game number 3. So if you guys have any predictions, any random prediction, right, as to what you think is going to happen in this coming match. You don't necessarily have to tell me who you think is going to be taking the winner chicken dinner, right? But just tell me one particular player, how many eliminations you think they're going to get, or a particular team, how many eliminations you think they're going to get, or who do you think is going to be the first team to get sent back into the lobby? Well, let's make it more exciting. At what point, which phase, which stage, right? Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 9th. Where do you think we are going to be seeing our first team fall? Curious to hear what your thoughts are on that. But of course, in the meanwhile, we are going to be prepping ourselves to hop into the action. The map should be loading up very, very soon, so we can get a pretty good idea as to what the teams are going to be bringing in. Of course, if you don't want to give a good prediction as to, you know, who's going to be doing what, tell me where do you think the zone's going to go, where do you think the flight path is going to be taking us. Of course, there's so many things you can predict, right? So give a prediction of anything game related to Miramar, and of course the participating teams that we have, right? I have to limit the options, otherwise it could be peanut butter, right? For whatever reason. But in the meanwhile, yeah, I think GEEKAY, IKURD, NIGMA, Triple, they're really gonna look to come back with a bit of a swing, especially looking at Triple's position on the overall standings. I mean, finding themselves all the way down in that 16th position. It's not really what we want to see come through from the side of Triple, but this is going to be one of the maps, one of the opportunities for them to try and bring in that change, right? Looking at the performance that we've had from Triple so far, I mean, there's not a lot to go on really, but if we look at Miramar in general, I mean, Triple, yeah, they are one of the teams playing, right? That is a very accurate assessment coming through from my side, but you know, it's also quite accurate. Game time, right? So let's hop in. Let's see what these teams are going to be bringing in as we get ready for the action for match number 3. Oh, thank you, Elwin, saying that I've got good pronunciation. It's the only, it's one of only 2, maybe 3 words I know how to say. Mohammed, you don't need to know anything. Just predict. Just give a, you know, what's your gut feeling telling you, right? What is your intuition telling you? We've got a prediction coming through for Campo Balatar. Well, we did see a little bit of that yesterday before the rehost. So who knows? Maybe we could have a bit of that spice, a bit of that flavor come through all the way up here into day number 2. Our Miramar heavy day. We welcome all and every change. Right, of course the flight path is going to be holding on towards that eastern side, but a very vertical flight path. Something we don't see all too often. So this is already looking pretty exciting. Alright. The zone is going to be taking us over on towards that southern side. Being quite inclusive of Chumacera. And of course San Martin is kind of in there as well. Maybe only just, well, the name of San Martin is definitely in the circle, right? That's about the gist of it. So, unfortunate, Mohammed. San Martin came close. We got the name in circle, so I'll give you that one. It's not centered up, but, you know, it's there. But of course we have the lovely Los Leones also now being in play over on towards that eastern side. So curious to see how the zone is going to be moving through. Well, we're heading into lurking mode. Yes, hydration happens a lot, especially on the map of Miramar, right? You need to hydrate like it's a serious case of dehydration, right? You just gotta get it in, otherwise you are gonna dry up severely. Ooh, Rauf. SKS, nice. IKURD now also going to be making a little bit of a trek over in towards Chumacera. Nice thing is that at least it seems like they're not going to have to fight too much, right? Next, moving up a little bit. Moving out a little bit. See, next now, moving up towards that church. Again, the church, a phenomenal position to hold, especially with its current positioning within the zone. Does allow a lot of information. Alright, alright, alright. Yes, sir. Let's see. Quest now also on a mission. That was Conqueror, my bad. But they are going to be looking to push through, dipping their toes in the zone as they head further and further on towards the west. Hey, buddy! Waiting to see if they can maybe find a bit of an opportunity. But sadly, hey, buddy. Conqueror, they are not going to hang around. They are going to prioritize zone positioning. Ooh. But how far are they going to push it, though? I mean, are they going to look to play center? Because that's where Next and GEEKAY are. So they're going to have a pretty tough time. Apparently, we are potentially looking at a Falcons winner chicken dinner. Alright. Alright. And let's see if Moyes is going to be on the money with that call. As we do have Falcons well, very far up north. Almost at Campo Militar. I mean, that is like years and days away from where we have the current zone. So hopefully, they might be a little bit more preemptive with their rotation. Looking to get themselves a little bit closer instead of, you know, trying to reach coming up with that blue zone. But time will tell as we wait for the next little bit of action now to find its way in. Mexico. Yep, that's a carry. I mean, it's unfortunate that it's not their own teammates carrying them, but a carry nonetheless. Yes, you know, you got to dispose of the opponents in a safe and secure location. You can't do it out in the open because, you know, teammates. So, yeah, big strat. You know, big thinking coming through there from the side of IKURD. Oh. I think that would change the game entirely if everyone did that for every single elimination, right? That would make it a little bit more challenging. But either which way, ooh, that's almost like playing, man, what's that game now? I forgot the name. I'll think of it. I'll think of it. But either which way. Speaking about games, it is now time for the players to continue to find the next spot to move into. As we can see, GANGSTERS opting for a little bit of that power grid. But it doesn't seem like they are going to be able to get in just yet. Ooh, okay. Maybe they might still get into there. Of course, well, this is GANGSTERS, R8. So just on that more southern position, of course, just to the west of Power Grid is where we find the players there from NASR. So there could be a lot of excitement coming through very soon. Speaking about excitement, FALCONS now also not trying to get themselves overly excited about moving into compound. Yeah, look back, there goes Kante. There we go, it's the Salam now. Also, just with a perfectly timed observation. Had they moved in a little bit earlier, they might have rotated into a little bit of company, and that's not necessarily what they're looking for at this point. Right, so there is going to be a lot of traveling coming through as the teams are going to be looking for that next spot to move into, right? But that means zone 2, 3, and beyond is going to be sweaty AF. W7 also about to dip their toes in the zone. Waleed now leading that rotation. I'm curious to see what the W7 team is going to be doing here, right? Will we have them just go absolutely crazy? Are they going to maybe secure a few more aggression points? Right, because essentially that is what we're waiting to see, waiting in anticipation for that next play to come through. In W7, they've only found 4 eliminations for the entirety of yesterday. So hopefully today is that day and they really secure even more. I mean, the same can be said about the players there from NEXT. But where do we find NEXT? Right. Currently looking to see if I can find them, and I think they are sitting this match out. No, they're not. They are here somewhere. Somewhere. They are hiding. There they are. They're fighting with NASR. Found them. Smack dab center zone. That is where they're at. Hey, they got another Elam on the board. Well done. Now, just gonna find even more. But NASR gonna have a pretty tough time here. They got GEEKAY right next to them. Santa could also be coming through with that bag full of goodies. But not a bad position there for Next to take occupants of. Ooh, NASR are going to be looking to just maybe get a little bit further away from center zone. That is going to force them to make a play here for the Quest compound. Oh, but Al-Hajj trying to get it on the lockdown. The shots connecting through. Down goes Star. J7 trying to push in. Up comes Easy. Trying to find a few claps. Opportunity presents itself and they push on through now. It is down to Spec again. Second time. Now we see Spec on Miramar being the final survivor. The Lone Ranger. Come on, Spec. What do you have for us? A lot of jump shots all over the place. Oh, Al-Hajj, definitely not a contender you want to go up against. Oh, not if your team's hopes are riding on it. But down they go. Al-Hajj drives it in and down they go. NASR out in 16th. And unfortunately, not a single point. Alright, so we have a prediction saying that maybe Ragnarok takes it. Well, we don't know. We'll have to see if that is going to be the situation here. In the meanwhile, we look on to the squad here from Triple. Bandar and Co pushing up from that southern side. Falcons all the way up towards that far northern reach. But still, quite a bit of spread coming through between the respective teams here. So no one full sending it just yet, but the zone is going to focus a little bit more on towards the western edge. Again, allowing a lot of that play to come through Chumacera. But I like what the gangsters are doing, moving up onto the hills. But of course, Falcons seem to have exactly the same play in mind. So we could have a little bit of a fight break out on that western edge. But Jafar just needs to be careful not to get found out. But here we go, back into Chumacera. Koops now trying to pop off. Let's see if they can find a bit of a smoker there. Alright, so some quick kind of reactions coming through. Lord, though, gets traded on down. QTEL. There we go, drives it up. Elimination secured. NIGMA down to a 3-piece. But up comes Rauf. Oh, this could be an interesting play. I like the pre-fire, just ensuring that there's no one in the corner. But now QTEL also with the pre-fire, trying to get the job done. Oh, it's just going to be a matter of time. The spray is there, and it is absolutely chaotic. Scar L for the win, overpowering the AKM. Out comes Freak. Doesn't need a weapon, just give them a utility, and they can find every elim they need. Triple Quest, or Conqueror, also having a bit of a scuffle here, as we can see the shot sliding through. IKURD going through with the third-party hits. Triple looking a little bit worse for wear, as they are essentially now relying on result on the front line. Maybe we could see Bandar pull in. Ooh, Emad also now back on their feet, so slowly they are starting to bounce back. Just to know if we are going to have the same insane play that we had from Dam yesterday, but that was of course over on Erangel, right? This is Miramar, a completely different situation. But who knows, right? Dam really showed off so phenomenally yesterday. Bringing in that that 1-on-3 clutch. Absolutely insane. But in the meanwhile, Dexter and the rest of NEXX looking for a bit of a safe haven to rotate in towards GEEKAY up on the high ground behind them. So NEXX need to be careful because they could be next. GEEKAY also yet to find a few eliminations. But this could be that play to come through now. GEEKAY also one of the teams that could do with a little bit of chicken, right? They could do with a little bit of chicken on Miramar. Also last season, Miramar was not allowing them to get any of those lovely winner chicken dinners. They did, however, secure 92 eliminations and 146 points over in league stage. So curious to see whether or not they are going to be able to maybe capitalize on the success. But add that winner chicken dinner to the mix. Because now GEEKAY going for a little bit more of a southern rotation. Down on that southern edge is also then where we see the players come through from the side of Vision. Ooh, so GEEKAY, they need to play this one very, very carefully. Can't make any oopsies at this stage. Oh, here we go. The rush is in. W7 trying to defend. They do find two of Quest. Now it's down to Kante. Oh, this could be exactly the kind of play that we need to see come through from W7. But now they got a push, and unfortunately for them, it is a very spread out play. Hero trying to stay true to their name. But they got to rush it. They got to play it. Oh, the eliminations could get stolen. Next, or KR. We're looking to capitalize, but in the meanwhile, Hero sends out the utility. Is it going to reach? Oh, it comes close. Yes, it is on the money. W7 finding 3 eliminations in one swoop. That is a slam dunk. Well done. Amazing play coming through for W7. That is a W for them right there, regardless of how the rest of the match goes. W7 getting the W right there. Of course, we turn to Vision. They've spotted out Santa. Sending down the first few hits. Ooh, Saif now trying to close it up. Trying to play Grinch. That is exactly what Saif does. Locks the Grinch play in. That is Santa. Getting sent out with a full bag of nothing. But in the meanwhile, we are left with 14 teams. The rest of GEEKAY still have a bit of an opportunity here to maybe avenge their fallen teammate. As we got Ragnar, Hope, and Gaith. Blue Zone also getting ready to pop. Got about 30 seconds and a bit of change left on the clock. W7 now feeling like $1 million. Up comes next. Oh, are they going to continue? Will they push even harder now to, well, bring in the upset for next? Oh, Dexter and the rest of the team also sending out a few lovely utilities. Making Hero really second guess that initial approach. But are they going to be able to get the job done though? Beautiful fighting going through for control of the north, at least the northern edge of zone for the time being. Now, Wolf now also coming under fire. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. W7, beautiful hits. But it's not done just yet. Got to make that vehicle go boom. Come on, just a few more sprays. There we go. There we have it. W7. One Elam short from sitting on 7. Absolutely amazing. I mean, I said I wanted them to pop off, but man, I was not expecting this. Amazing performance coming through here. Yakuza already sitting on 3 Elams, half of which the team has in total. But of course, it seems like we are drawing closer and closer onto the side here of Chuma Serra. So city finish could be really challenging at this point. Fortunately, Chuma Serra, not the biggest city that we have. It's a little bit more like a town, right? It's not necessarily a city, but either which way. Let's see how the teams are going to handle this one as we look at the ARB champions. Or Ricard Kutel also now just trying to inch their way back into that zone, but they are going to have a pretty tough time. Not only is it Slime Machine on that initial front line, but we also then have GEEKAY sneaking in behind them. Oh, and there we go. The first one falls. Vashe finds Ricard. Kutel trying to get that res in, but they are going to be pressured. As you can see, Vashe is starting to move up. GEEKAY also inching their way forward. It's all going to come down to this next little bit of a rush. Oh, there we go. Trader has been secured on towards Vashe as well. Kutel now holding steady. Oh, the nade almost finding its way up in towards GEEKAY, but Kutel now down to the final hope. Oh, the rush is there. Slime Machine and GEEKAY wiping the floor with ARB champions. And with that, also then, Ragnar gets found as Vision secures the spray. But here we go, 12 teams now remain. 37 players still alive. GEEKAY, Vision, getting caught in quite a bit of an altercation here, fighting for control of the south. CONQUEROR Iraq coming to an end here. Not going to be able to make it any further through this match. Ooh, Discrim up high. Hope tries to capitalize, but of course now we have TP much closer. So that is going to force the side there of GEEKAY to rethink that strategy. Vision trying to be relentless, not going to give up an opportunity. But of course also now at the same time just trying to create a bit of a barrier so they also have something to fall back on. Meanwhile, as we move over on towards the western side, is going to be the Falcons and the GANGSTERS. Getting ready for a bit of a back and forth here. Jafar, nice and quiet. Oh, but quite a bit of ground to cover. We can see IKURD-E-SPORTS then also getting sent away. 10 teams remain. Falcons yet to find some eliminations. GANGSTERS, very similar position. Oh, beautiful nade onto Jafar. Down they go. Oh, amazing placement there from Damar. And here we have it. Come on, come on. Who's going to get it? GANGSTERS now trying to capitalize on the terrain. Kevin having to rethink that play because the nades can still reach. Hero there from W7 in the meanwhile is going to be pushing up on towards A Buddy. So the GANGSTERS now getting challenged on all fronts. Meanwhile, GEEKAY and Slime Machine fighting for control of the east. Neither team has made it back into the zone. But of course, first they have to try and clear up the compound. Ragnar locking it in. Is it going to be on the money? Oh, attacker hopping over the nade. Ragnar not going to stop there. Will continue, but Hope taking quite a bit of damage. Of course, those third-party hits coming through. Vision all the way towards that southern edge now, just utilizing the advantage that they've got. But here we have it, the final 10 teams now having to work so hard to secure themselves any chance at that winner chicken dinner. GEEKAY inching their way closer and closer to zone. It does seem like Sly still have a slight bit of an advantage here, and they are most likely going to look to gatekeep. Oh, down goes result. Damn, now getting caught in the smoke. Could be a bit of an opportunity here to push through for that res. Sly trying to set up the gatekeep. GEEKAY now starts to venture forward, but of course they are getting challenged as Triple comes knocking on the door. Aram also now hitting 600 damage. Oh, a very one-sided kind of fight coming through with regards to the team's positioning over on this eastern side. Not a lot of chaos coming through on the western front. The teams are much wider spread. They're trying to ride out the storm. But here we go, Prestige, Noki pick it nice. Quiet. 4 eliminations up. IKURD sitting on 6. Ooh. Little bit of a risky play there from Aram. Trying to make the play for zone, but instead they get found and down they go. Damn, following suit, and that is Triple out of here. Sly now trying to get the jump on the side here of GEEKAY. IKURD will follow suit as they get sent out. IKURD, unfortunate play, but it has to happen at some point. We are now left with only 8 remaining teams. Ooh, here we go, the push. Hope now just trying to make a play for zone. Falcons are going to be gatekeeping. We also then have Saif on the side of Vision. Just in that little dip up ahead. But Saif now getting in a vehicle for some other odd reason. Rotating up into the Horde. Oh, down goes Saif, and that is the end of the road for Vision. 8th place with 3 elims. Gangsters yet to find some eliminations. Falcons still holding steady. W7 on 7 elims. They got the W and the 7, so that all makes sense now. Gangsters. Oh. Trying for a play onto Salam. But not having any luck at this point. Walsh, A-Buddy, find themselves in a very, very tricky position. Because they're on the edge of zone. The blue zone is going to force their hand. They have to make a play. Walsh now getting found. The shots connecting in. Down to 6 we go. Slime Machine now getting reduced to 1. Attacker not going to have the easiest time here. And the nade comes out. That is never alone, locking it in. And down they go. 5 teams left to duke it out. Slime Machine getting sent out with 6 elims up. R8 also then sitting on 6. Falcons now leading the charge, sitting all the way on 9 eliminations. And they still have that full squad in play. Also going to be looking to capitalize on the high ground. Salam, the only one not playing the elevation position. But I love the confidence being shown here by Falcons. Ooh, just expanding their reach, expanding their options. W7, also a phenomenal play that they've brought in so far. Yakuza sitting on 4 eliminations. R8 though, having to try and push up. See Coops now just waiting for that opportunity to let the nade loose. Oh, there it goes. R8 now coming under some heavy fire. Falcons going to be looking to steal the show here from them. Coops again trying to find the next approach. Ooh, Freak. Getting ready for a bit of a push. They got to watch out for the side of the Falcons as Ragnarok gets closed up. Ida Prestige holding steady. But they have nowhere left to go. If they move forward, Falcons get them. If they move the other way, NIGMA gets them. And if they just stay where they are, W7 is going to find them. So a very challenging call needs to be made here by the side of R8. NIGMA still having a bit of a position to play off of here, but they got to watch out for Damar. Inching closer up on the high ground. Prestige now trying to ensure that there's no chance that NIGMA can spot them. Ah, but they forgot about Damar. Up comes the push, the rush. Coops now driving it home, and there we go. R8 getting wiped out. NIGMA are capitalizing on the mayhem here. Trying to get themselves secured, but down goes Free. Coops super low on that health bar. Just venturing out of the smoke, but they too shall fall. And that is the end of NIGMA. 3 squads, 2 squads now left to fight for that chicken. Is it going to be the Falcons or is it going to be W7? Both teams coming through here with a full squad, but 2 knocks already delivered onto the side of the Falcons, and this is now turning it into an advantageous play for the side of W7. Got the Falcons pinned on the apex here. General takes the first. Up comes the Mur. Oh, DBS does reign supreme, but down they go, getting met with the S12K. Oh, the hits are in, the shots are there, and W7 get the W. And more than 7 elims. Absolutely amazing play. Where are my W7 supporters at? Because they just ran away with that one. Amazing, amazing job. Absolutely phenomenal performance on their end. I mean, they just drove into that last place so phenomenally. But I think the point where it really helped them was the fact that Falcons were also trying to focus on the side there of NIGMA moving in. But a very, very challenging play nonetheless. But mad respect going out to W7, picking up their very first winner chicken dinner, and doing so in fashion, right? Of course, securing themselves a lovely, lovely 11 eliminations. Amazing, amazing job. That is what we want to see. The teams bringing in the upsets here. So much of that coming through all over the place. And the teams really shining as they are. Just continuing to, rush through it all. But amazing job. I mean, you got to love it. Miramar, again, so exciting. The teams really, just satisfying all the needs that we have to see the carnage unravel. But yeah, mad respect going out to W7. Phenomenal play. But we need to see what the rest of the teams did and where they finished up with regards to those points. So let's take a look at that. As we can see, Falcons also walking away with 14 eliminations. Absolutely insane. 20 points in total. 10 points then going over to the side there of R8. Slime Machine also sneaking in with their 6 elims. IKURD also finding 6. And the Gangsters, they got nothing but placement points. That is all they have for today. Oh, man. But yeah, amazing play though. Good points being secured here. I mean, it does really start to drop off as we hit that 8th position. But of course, no surprise with the Falcons and W7 going for victory as they've just absolutely obliterated everyone. CONQUEROR Iraq, NASR, unfortunately having to stop over at the donut shop as they will not be awarded any points. But here we go. Volt. Pinpoint accurate with that nade. Closing the door for Santa right there. And of course then Saif played a bit of Grinch. But it is what it is, right? Someone has to do it. But W7 just in the right place at the right time. absolutely amazing performance that we had from them. This is the kind of performance that I wanted to see. And so happy that it happened for them. But of course now, right, they've set the bar, they've set the expectation, and now they need to deliver on that more consistently, right? We want to see more of this crazy, crazy play action come through. But here we have it, though. Oh, Tamar looks so confident pushing forward with that DBS. But Waleed with the S12K, just getting the upper hand, though. Falcons locking in a bucket load of damage. 2,803 damage. IKURD also just replicating that very closely. But unfortunately, only managing 2,100 damage and 6 eliminations. W7, you got to give it to them. Very, very strong conversion rate. 1,800 damage and 11 elims being the result of all that carnage. So absolutely phenomenal. But we got to have even more of that action come through. But a great standard, great bar to set here. Damar, though, coming through with the most eliminations as well as the most damage and the longest distance traveled. With Discrim getting that super long range hit, right? 376 meters. And Hero being the hero with that beautiful nade finish that we saw, right? Just locking in. That was, of course, their first squad wipe that they got, where we saw that nade just slamming into the opposition, securing themselves those glorious 4 eliminations right at the beginning. So what a play that was. It does seem like my Arabic Arabic counterparts are also super excited about W7 doing a phenomenal job. Yeah, so, but mad respect going out to them nonetheless. But of course now, that is the end of our game number 3, right? We still have 2 more to go. So next up, we are going to be heading over into the bread and butter of PUBG, Erangel. But we only have one, right? That is it. Only one winner, only one Erangel that is going to be coming through. And of course, as we know, yesterday we had 2 Erangels to play off of. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to react to that, right? Will we see a little bit of that continuation from yesterday, maybe trickle through into here? Is that going to be the play, right? How is it going to unfold? Who knows, right? It could still go either which way. But of course, we are going to be waiting to see what that Erangel is going to be bringing. Speaking of games, though, let's take a look at the leaderboard. It's going to be Falcons now sitting on a very comfortable 60 points, 1 point ahead of R8. And the Falcons, they've done that without a chicken dinner in sight. Not a single chicken dinner sitting at the top of the leaderboard. But R8, you can bet your silver dollar on it. They are going to come for them moving into what is left of today. As we know, it's all going to boil down to the last match, at least for Group A, which is going to be on this match number 4. So it's that last opportunity for any major upsets to come through. Of course, where are those upsets going to find themselves? We don't know just yet. We will have to wait and see. So moving into Erangel, we are going to be having the players from Group B sit this one out. So that is going to be KR-E-SPORTS as well as NEXX, the players from Quest as well as the Sly Machine, right? They are going to be having a bit of a break. And we are going to be looking on to the players there from Group A who will be playing their very last match. Of course, we are going to be welcoming the players from Group C back onto the battlefield again. So that is going to be Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, RTG, Road to Glory, as well as Twisted Minds. So there is going to be so much to look forward to as the teams are going to be stepping up yet again. As we know, RTG were the team to dominate yesterday, holding on to the top of the leaderboard, at least at the end of the day, at the end of match number 5. But looking at the teams that we have moving forward, right? Quest had a very strong day on Erangel yesterday. Unfortunately, we're not going to have them on Erangel right now. Sly Machine, also part of that group, Group B. Our second best team that we had there, so we are not going to see them play. But then, of course, we got the players from Brute Force. That was our third runner-up. They had the most eliminations. They shared the eliminations with the side there of Quest. Both teams, of course, sitting on 12 eliminations that they secured on Erangel just yesterday. So curious to see if we're going to see that repeat from Brute Force. Are they going to look to step it up? But of course, then another team that we could be looking at is going to be the side of NIGMA Galaxy, right? As we know, previous season, I've said this many times, but it's very, very true. Erangel, Miramar, those were the two strongest maps, right? They were absolutely just dominating those two maps. So I'm curious to see whether or not NIGMA are going to be looking to step it up this time around. I mean, so far, they've only found themselves 14 total points, right? 11 of which has come through from the eliminations. So there is always a little bit of that room for improvement to come in. Of course, this is still early days, so, you know, we can't really judge all too much. But of course, then aside from NIGMA, we also have then the players from Twisted Minds. So let's see. Twisted Minds now coming in fresh off of their break. So excited to see who's going to be the one to show that dominance moving forward. And of course, we are about to hop into Erangel as the teams are just loading in, warming up their seats, ensuring that their seatbelts are unbuckled because they are going to be jumping out of the plane, right? That is the requirement. But of course, if you guys want to give you any predictions, now would be the time to do it before we get in, right? Where do you think the flight path is going to go? Where do you think the zone is going to be forming? Are we going to be looking at a southern zone like we had yesterday? Are we going to be looking at a zone that takes us somewhere completely different? Is it going to be a little bit more centered? Where do you think it is going to go? Give me your thoughts. Let me know. I can see a few shout-outs coming through for RTG, or is that Ricard? Are you saying your heart is broken by RTG, or are you happy for RTG? I don't know which one. Let's hope that they didn't break your heart, right? We want to see RTG continue to step up. As I said, also RTG had a really strong performance yesterday, placement point wise especially. They secured themselves 5 points, only 3 eliminations, so not the craziest performance that we've seen, but you know, definitely does have a lot of room for a big major upset to come through. But of course, now speaking about all of that, we are going to be venturing in as we are hopping right into the map itself. Apparently, we are looking for a melee zone. All right. So let's wait and see what the plane is going to bring us. Alright, so here we go. We have a bit of a taste of that zone starting up in Stolba. Heading all the way down to Sosnovka military base. The rather central flight path. I mean, close to center. Not exactly center, but I mean it's close enough to call it center. But of course, I think the main kicker is going to be what that zone will be bringing in. Yes, RTG, they were destroying the lobby yesterday. Today, not so much, right? Not so much today, but you know, that is the beauty of PUBG, the consistent change up. The shifting back and forth as the teams continue to try and, you know, find that next little bit. And here we go. Waiting for the zone. Nice dispersion of teams. Healthy dose of teams heading on either side of that flight path. So curious to see what W7 are going to be bringing in. A Ruins Rozok zone, farm zone. Give us a melee zone. Alright. We'll see. Well, it is not going to be near melee. I mean, it's kind of touching on melee, but it's a little bit more towards mansion. Right, so unfortunately it's not really exactly farm, but farm is within the zone. Ruins Rozok. No, that's not going to be the case here. As even the name of Rozok is just outside of the zone itself. So Mohammed, unfortunate play there. Tatsuro close enough to it. Moise, not exactly, right? We do have Novo Repnoya, which is within the zone, but yeah. The probability of the zone pulling down south, not really that high. But what is also going to be quite exciting is the fact that a big portion of the zone is water. So already the teams are starting off this match with quite a bit of reduced playable area. So curious to see if that is going to be impactful whatsoever. Or are the teams just going to deal with it and just work around it? Alright, but here we go. Kalaga with the Merson. Just doing a bit of a sound check. Apparently Twisted are gonna get bridge camped. I almost said mind tricked, and then I was like, hang on a second, that's not what I read. Bridge camped, right? Apparently Triple are gonna get bridge camped. I mean, Twisted rather. I mean, Triple could be the ones to bridge camp it. Ooh, I thought Kalaga was just making noise. I didn't even see Kevin there. Scott Blam. Here we go. Mosin to the rescue. Right, the players here from GEEKAY now looking to get themselves situated and sorted up in towards Rozhok. Yasnaya Poliana occupied by the side of the Falcons. We got NASR in and around Shelter and maybe almost Mansion. We got IKURD towards Mansion and Lipovka. The players from Vision all the way in Multa Power. Maybe a little bit of that Multa flavor as well. Of course, ARB champions holding on to that melee position. Not exactly in the military base, but definitely on the island. Same can be said for Twisted Minds, of course. We got RTG and CONQUEROR holding on to that western bridge positioning with NIGMA up in the lovely Pachinki. We got the GANGSTERS over in Quarry and Ferry Pier. We got the ONYX Ravens up in North George. R8 on Everest, essentially, with W7 all the way in Gatka. Where is another caster? And it's me! It's me! It's just me! It's only me! For the entire PMPL Arabia. So Pawar, yes. Rishikesh. Yes, it is me. Good luck. But either which way, we got the Falcons going about their business up in the lovely Yasnaya. Let's see if R8 are going to do something as they now venture over into the Georgia Pool crates, the container yard. Can they, or will they be able to contain themselves? We don't know, but they will be having a lot of opportunity to, you know, get the hang of it, see whether or not they can contain themselves. I mean, if they want to let loose, might as well do it. But here we go. Then, of course, we have a lovely squad here from CONQUEROR Iraq. J9. I still want to see J9 and J7, right? We already had Lath and Gaith fighting over, as we saw on Miramar. But now we want to see J7 here from NASR and J9 from CONQUEROR Iraq finding each other. I mean, they are close enough. So this could definitely turn into a bit of a numbers game, right? Let's see if that is going to be on the cards. But NASR with a nice position. Vision also then up in the lumberyard. So nice wide spread going through from Vision. I mean, TP up on the front line. We got Volt all the way back in Multa Power. So 2-2 split is going to be the name of the game, at least for the side here of Vision. Spec not looking to risk it all just yet. Just trying to find the more opportune setup here, but of course now the shot's getting fired across. He's gonna hold him in that position, maybe allowing for Saif to try and rotate around. Maybe try and get a bit of an upper hand here. So all the teams currently in the zone are all very, very close to each other. All the other teams outside of zone are very far from each other, right? Very spread out. A very interesting dynamic that we have coming through. Of course, the predictions coming through for Vision, Falcons, and NASR. So those are the calls being made by the Arabic casters. So let's see if that is going to be the case at all. Meanwhile, we do have RTG rushing in behind the GANGSTERS. As the GANGSTERS now dip their toe into the zone. Maybe they could be pulling all the way up into Woods Farm. I mean, it is open roads all the way to that farm position. Ali, what do I think about Crypto? I mean, Crypto's the GOAT. Crypto's the GOAT. I mean, what do I need to say? Right, there's Crypto on the screen. Crypto's the GOAT. Yes. Rishikesh, I have to agree with you to on that. Having Coops, Crypto, Eva Station here, it really does add a lot of excitement to it. I mean, you know, Arabia was already so exciting, but now having the addition of these players come into it as well, just, you know, it's like that lovely cherry on top, right? And I mean, I love how the region is just growing as a whole because of, you know, the standard being set, and now they have to, you know, maintain, and, you know, either you keep up or you're gonna have a pretty tough time. So I love what these teams are doing so far. It's looking absolutely amazing. But of course, you know, aside from those three, there are a lot of players on here. I mean, Santa is pretty dope. I like Santa as well. I know I never pronounced the full proper name, but it's Santa. I mean, Dam was pretty crazy yesterday. Pulling off that 1-3 clutch. It was on Erangel as well. I mean, Groza, also a phenomenal player. We got Starch, we got Raouf. I mean, pick a name. There's so many of them on this map, right? There's a whole list of them. You can see all of them right there in the zone. Yeah, so much to look forward to. I mean, Yakuza played amazingly now just on the previous Miramar that we saw. So, you know, there's so much. Xenox also being a really strong player. Starch. You know, there's so much. Like every name on the board, I can just say good things about all of them. But that is the beauty of it, right? A very talented lot of players that we've got here. Alright, so let's look on as we do have NIGMA now rotating up alongside Vision. Oh, I love how all the teams are just cramming themselves into the zone. I mean, there's almost no one near the edge. Everyone is just full sending it up into the center. Let's see how this one is going to unfold, though. A lot of opportunity here. Defend Golden. You really want to know the answer to the question. What do you think of Golden? What do you think of Golden? What do you think of Golden? Which one? Ali Adru, it is absolutely true. Speaking about true, it is going to be RTG now rushing in on triple. Saying, how do you do? Finding hits, and Mud getting taken right on down. One down, a few more to go. Bandar result. Still going to be holding steady. Well, no. Bandar's not going to be holding as Bandar is down. Lord, though, going down to an explosion. That is super unfortunate. Hero is starting to pop off again. Oh, the IKURD player Golden. Well, I'll tell you when I when I see IKURD back on the map again, right? They are here. Yes, they are. They're encrypted. I'll pay attention to that a little bit later on. First on, we got to focus on the action. Right, Triple Esports getting sent out, the first team down. If anyone predicted that, you are on the money. If no one predicted that, well, you're somewhere, right? In the meanwhile, here we go. Vision trying to lay waste now to the side of NIGMA. It is going to be Freak down their knees. Coops and Lord. Oh, getting reduced to a little bit of a dust pile. One more nade, that could seal their fate, and up comes the hits. Now Lord taking a big chunk of damage. Vision keeping their eyes on the prize, and there we go. NIGMA down, but Vision getting hit with the third-party sprays as IKURD come in right behind them. Oh, Golden. Yes, I remember Golden now. Yes. Golden is not playing today, are they? No, they are. Yes, there's the name, Golden. I was paying attention, but also not paying attention at the same time. Yes, I mean, Golden is part of it, right? Golden is a good player. I mean, if they weren't a good player, they wouldn't be in PMPL, right? That's it. All these players are good, that's why they're here. If they weren't good, they wouldn't make it all the way up to this point. Now, speaking about good players, right, it is all going to come down to how the teams take this next play, as we have the ARB champions moving over on towards the western side of zone. We got W7 situated a little bit further towards the north. R8 now looking to converge into that more centered zone. Could come knocking on the door. Vision. Got Saif on the front line. Soul Mortal. Rishikesh, you need to elaborate. You need to elaborate. Have you seen how many players there are on the battlefield? There are 64 of them right here. No, you guys are asking me difficult questions, right? Let's focus on the game. This is why we're here, right? We're here to see what the players are going to be doing, not what Uncle DK thinks. I'll just be sharing my opinion, then you'll hear what I think. But in the meanwhile, let's see now as GEEKAY, Santa, and the rest of the crew now look for a little bit of an opportunity up towards the northern side. They do have the ONYX Ravens along with them for a bit of a ride. Oh, maybe they're going to be jumping at R. Maybe they won't. Let's see. Oh. There we go. I like these smoking vehicles because it's going to go boom pretty soon. Speaking about boom pretty soon, Brute Force, pre-pod just off in distance. So they could be a great opportunity as we do see ONYX Ravens now heading a little bit further down south. Oh, come on. Find it. Find it. I mean, this is like a smoke signal just going up. Screaming at you. Hit me. Hit me. Saleh, Saad, back on the defensive pre-pod now, having to just retreat ever so slightly, but I like the fact that Neos is keeping it nice and steady on the front line. Alright, so here we go. Any questions about IKURD will be answered right there. As you can see, IKURD, they have not yet found any eliminations. Nothing at this point. Oh, Daffy, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate the compliment. Alright, so as the zone now moves even further on towards that shelter side, GEEKAY is apparently perhaps in trouble. I don't think so. Looking at the spread there from GEEKAY, and I mean, it also being GEEKAY, right? They are holding that spread for a reason. They are going to be looking to try and make a little bit of magic happen, right? But here we go now. Oh, the hits coming in on the vehicle. They have to try and get out of town, but Evo Station, woo, coming in. Crypto finds the hit as Ado goes right on down. If you're joining us in the chat, assalamu alaikum. Welcome. You're not late. We've just started without you. In the meanwhile, here we go as Twisted now moves in on Brute Force. Oh, a very interesting play, but I mean, Brute Force, they definitely have to find a different approach to get themselves situated. Meanwhile, Twisted, they can now just casually rotate back in towards the zone. Brute Force are going to come rotating in alongside IKURD, and that is going to present quite a few challenges. But here we go. You can see Aram just doing a serious case of waiting. Out comes Ali, Malik. What are they going to bring? Falcons sneaking in from the north. Ooh, it's all going to come down to timing. All down to just executing the play at exactly the right moment. But here we go now. IKURD getting ready to kick up a storm as Ali finds the first head up into Mur. Down goes Mur though, as AZ steals the Elam. So we have a bit of a standoff around the prison here. ONYX Ravens, of course, right down below. Pablo trying to hit the head up into Ali, but unfortunately, Ali wasn't really moving backwards. Helen! Alright, here we go. Let's see. Ali now trying to figure out how they're going to get themselves out of this situation. I mean, if Ali could see what we can see, oh, they maybe might have, you know, taken a little bit more than just an energy drink. Maybe added, you know, a little bit of the, a little bit of those spills in as well, just to ensure that that boost bar is fully filled up. But in the meanwhile, Twisted now just playing a little bit of a vulture game, right? Just circling around the edge, not going to be pushing in just yet. Trying to get a good lay of the land. Listen for any sound cues. You know, anything that could get them a better idea as to how to push through and where to move towards. Because now, as you can see up on the map, teams again playing a very spread out approach. No one wanting to take the plunge for center zone. A lot of edge positioning coming through here. Dammy caught in the same spot that AZ was in just a few mere moments ago. At Crypto now having to decide, are they going to go for that res or are they just going to try and play for the positioning? Instead, it does seem like Crypto is going to be pushing. There we have it. 14 teams left. We are deep into the Erangel action here. We are 5 stages deep, about to hit stage number 6. And here we go. Still with 48 players up. Crypto making a little bit of noise. But unfortunately, seeing that Crypto rotated away, that allowed for that knock to come into Dammy. Falcons also just flying over the edge of the cliff there. Looking to get themselves up in prison. Oh, yeah. Watch out for the tree, Crypto. Was now Crypto going to try and get that res up into Dammy. Fortunately for Dammy, they've not yet been spotted out. Of course, with IKURD, Falcons, ONYX, Ravens all just looking up ahead of them, it is going to be a very challenging position to play. Down south, though, is going to be RTG, R8, and NASR getting ready to kick this engagement into high gear. Who's going to win? Who's going to be the one, though, to get control of the southern territories? Meanwhile, over on towards the western side, it is the GANGSTERS, GEEKAY, W7, and ARB getting into even more of an altercation. So there's fighting all over the place, except for where GEEKAY are. I mean, GEEKAY, they just rotating all over the place, looking for engagements, but nothing is happening. But here we go. It's all going to come down to something, CONQUEROR. J9 gets the hit in Kalaga, and down they go, getting a little bit cheeky, paying the ultimate price. Oh, with W7 now, still riding on high. Are they going to be able to get the jump in on NASR? The J7 and Spec holding steady, the Bison just ripping it up. GANGSTERS are going to be the next team to fall. Defender, that's the easy question to answer. The team that's got the weapons, the one there. You see that team there, the one with the thing and the what, them. They are the one that are going to win this. The team that's going to be fighting to the very end. That's the one that's going to win. Alright, so W7 now. Ooh, looking for a bit of an opportunity, but as does Xenox. And that is W7 signed, sealed, delivered, and out they go. 11th place with only 4 eliminations, so no chicken dinner in sight. Similar fate there for the side of Twisted Minds, getting sent out in 10th with 2 elims to their name. But here we go, Vision. Now looking to capitalize on the southeastern edge. Ooh. TP looking to find it, but there we go. The nades are in, and IKURD, well, they're down to 1. Alright, we got Malik now just holding on the very, very edge. Playing hide and seek in the vehicles, trying not to be found out. But here we go. Vision. 10 eliminations strong already. Down goes Xenox, and that is the end of NASR. 8 squads, 8 teams now remain. Sprays coming through from the side here of R8. Prestige looking to find a little bit of something. R8 still sitting pretty on full squad. Vision, though, just going absolutely crazy. 11 eliminations. GEEKAY also one of the only teams still left with 4 players to their name. But this could be the opportunity for Vision to go absolutely crazy. Alright, so R8 with a little bit of a barrage down onto the GEEKAY side. But it doesn't seem like GEEKAY are all too phased, as they are going to be just relocating. Oh, playing that spread though. We got Ragnar just driving the shots in. R8 not going to have an easy time getting out of this one. Especially not if they focus all their efforts towards that western side. But RTG, unfortunately, running out of players. But let's see how this all going to come to bear. SK Ton, Prestige, Ragnarok, and the rest of R8 still on their feet. Not running out of luck just yet. ONYX Ravens, though, I mean, they've moved into prison. They've been in prison for a while. I'm not quite sure what sentence they are serving at this point, but they have not yet moved an inch. So if the zone does force them to rotate out, that could be a bit of an opportunity for maybe ONYX Ravens to find a little bit of something, because they've not yet found a single elimination. Speaking of eliminations, though, it's going to be R8 trying to lock it in at the expense there of GEEKAY. You can see Santa taking a bucket load of damage. But here we go. Vision not going to be backing off just yet. They've had a lot of success so far in this match. They are not going to be looking to give it up anytime soon. Especially now with the zone still being quite favorable for them. They can look to extend their reach ever so slightly. As you can see, Discrim TP starting to move a little bit further down. SKTon still focusing heavily on the side here of GEEKAY. Does find a bit of damage onto with Santa. Oof. But Prestige will not live to see the end of this match. Instead, it stops right there for them. Let's get on Ragnarok and the rest of R8. Oh, now having to try and heavily defend their position. As the nade secures the hit up onto its Vision. Down to 3 they go. Volt not going to be with us, at least not for this match. Saif, TP, and Discrim having to be very, very careful. And still look to play a bit of a risky play, but have to keep your head on a swivel, especially now with GEEKAY and R8 just holding on the edge here. Nice Vigil explosion coming up there, but it does seem like it's all just going up in the air, right? Not making any necessary connections. But again, GEEKAY playing a very spread out approach. Not looking to condense their position, instead expanding that reach more and more as we draw nearer and nearer to the end of this match. Already about to hit that 8th phase, as we got just over 20 seconds left on the clock. Vision still having a great opportunity here. They can still look to capitalize on that elevation. Maybe bring it a little bit more of the dominance. But a lot of noise being made, not a lot of damage being caused at this point. ONYX Ravens now finding themselves in a little bit of a pickle. As you can see, the zone just kind of be forcing their hand, especially going to be forcing the Falcons even closer to them. This is very surprising for the ONYX Ravens, though. I mean, they've made it up into top 7. They don't have a single point. And now with the addition of Saleh getting knocked, this could maybe be spelling a little bit of disaster. Yes, indeed, it is exactly that. ONYX Ravens, though, they do get 1 point. There we go. 7th place. So placement points is all they get. But now the Falcons are going to be enjoying a few of the spoils. But they also now find themselves facing a very similar fate as the ONYX Ravens, right? They are down in the bowl, especially if the zone moves further to the southern edge. It's going to be an extremely difficult rotation for them. I see Malik there for IKURD, also just holding steady. Now we wait. Again, over 20 seconds left. Just over 20 seconds before hitting that 9th phase. And this is going to be it, right? The last closure is about to be upon us. There's no more zone after this. It is only blue. And here we go. Come on, who's going to get it though? Oh, RH risking a little bit of a position here. But they got to do what they got to do because they are on the edge and the zone is going to force their hand, force them to move on forward. We got about 2.5 minutes left of this match. And then it is definitely going to be done. Falcons now getting a little bit battered and bruised as the shots continue to rain down. The molly's getting sent across, but is that going to be enough for Vision though? Oh, RA try to make the play, but they get denied any success. And they will get closed up in 6th place. 4 eliminations to their name. Falcons still holding steady here. 5 teams remain. Oh, beautiful nade there from Damar. Finds the first. Will he get the confirmation? Oh, it does find the damage. 1 more to go. Is that going to be it? Oh, on the money. It is. Discrum is down. GEEKAY now could also be looking to steal the show here. I mean, Falcons, yes, they do have strong numbers. But their positioning is looking quite challenging at this point. I mean, Vision still having quite a bit of an advantage here. 13 eliminations strong. Down goes Saif. Brute Force getting closed up with 2 elims as well. It's all going to come down to the wire. Falcons could definitely play quite a bit of a saving grace here, especially for the side of Vision, as they are alleviating that pressure, dealing with the threat coming through from GEEKAY. And now the zone essentially centers up on them. We'll see what they're going to be doing with this. Ragnar, Hope, and Gaith looking super, super confident. This could be a GEEKAY winner chicken dinner. Oh, but the hits come through. Damar goes down. TP now rushing forward. Oh, 1 down, 2 down, but there we go. GEEKAY takes it all as they rush on forward, claiming that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely amazing, amazing performance. No surprise to see GEEKAY doing what they just did. The confidence was there. The strategy, the tactics was there. Absolutely phenomenal play coming through there from the side of GEEKAY, getting that very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. Amazing job, right? We appreciate everything that they've done there. But again, the zone, exceptionally challenging, right? Especially moving up in towards that prison region. It does prove to be a super tough one to play. I mean, we got to give it up to Vision as well, right? Just holding on to the angles there, not really relinquishing control. And I mean, they were in that position for the longest time, so there was quite a bit for them to try and do with the positioning, right? Unfortunately, things didn't really exactly go according to plan, go according to what they were really hoping to be the outcome, but still a very valiant effort, right? They really tried so hard to get themselves in the best possible standing, right? Of course, also trying to cause as much damage as they possibly humanly could, so you got to give it to them. Vision definitely walking away with 15 eliminations. That is pretty steep. Right, so again, also a very strong play. It's right up there with some of the highest elimination counts that we've seen so far in the season. So well done, though. I mean, the highest one we saw was 18, then we had 17. Of course, a 15 looks good as well, but we are venturing then straight over into the leaderboard. So we have Vision. Even though they settled for second place, they got themselves a glorious 21 points in total, coming off of those 15 eliminations. Insane performance. But of course, then as we take a look at that second page, 3 teams taking a stop at the donut shop, right? The Gangsters, NIGMA, as well as Esports, getting sent back empty-handed. It is super, super unfortunate, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? So now let's take a look at a few of the amazing replays we had coming through from this last match. No, so for any of those of you who are wondering, this is not the last match, right? We still have one more to go. We are going to be moving into our very last Miramar of the day. Day number 2 is Miramar Day. Day number 4 is going to be Erangel Day, right? So there's going to be a lot to look forward to. Defend. Dang, man. Consistent with the questions. Azzy. I mean, Azzy, as I've said already, all these players out here, they are amazing. Azzy is great. I don't really have favoritism, right? I mean, I have mad respect for all these players and their capabilities and everything that they can do. I mean, just look at this, right? We got TP coming in with the most eliminations, Volt with the most damage. We got TP again getting that nade finish, Hero with the longest hits, and Santa with the longest distance traveled. I mean, what a healthy balance that is, right? So a very, very good performance coming in across the board. Vision definitely doing a lot of work, as we saw, you know, insane amount of eliminations coming their way as well. So well done, very well deserved outcome that they got in this match here. But let's see how that all then looks as we take a look at our beautiful breakdown of the damage versus the amount of eliminations they were able to secure. So Vision nearly 3,000 damage, right? That is quite a bit. 2,927, insane. Managing 15 eliminations out of that. But you got to say the strongest conversion rate definitely went to RTG. I mean, managing to get 6 eliminations out of 1,345 damage. That's good. That's a really, really good rate. Very close to that was GEEKAY, getting the 8 eliminations out of, what was that, 1,668. So it's very, very similar. But definitely it does lean a little bit more to the side of RTG. Slightly more eliminations for the amount of damage that they were able to cause. But, I mean, no surprise to see these absolute monsters dealing the amount of damage that they are able to deal out on the battlefield. And of course, we are going to be hopping into our final match of the day pretty soon, right, to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in. But of course, before we do that, we need to take a look at the overall standings to see where the teams find themselves. And of course, here we go, moving straight into that. It is going to be Falcons sitting on a very comfortable 71 points to the name, 6-point lead over that of the players from R8 Esports. And of course, we got Vision not too far away from them either. But again, still, Falcons holding on to pole position, doing so without a single winner chicken dinner to their name. So maybe they could find a few more along the way. Maybe at least one today, right? Because we got one more match to go. But first up, I've got to make double sure that we do indeed have the Falcons playing this last match. Yes, we do. So, of course, game number 4 was the last match for Group A, so that is the ARB champions. It is going to be CONQUEROR, NASR, as well as Vision. So you can see they are dispersed all over the place. Right, a nice, interesting play. I mean, curious to see how this is all going to boil down into our final match of the day. But we were waiting for W7 to pop off. They were sitting on 8 points a little bit earlier, tied with NEXX. Both teams have stepped it up. W7 stepping up a little bit more than we had come through from the side there of NEXX. NEXX going from 8 up to 10. 2 points is 2 points, right? Points are points at the end of the day. But who knows? Maybe we could see NEXX maybe start to pop off in this last game. Of course, moving into the final match of the day is also going to be the return of the players from KR-E-SPORTS, NEXX, as well as Quest and Slime Machine, as they are going to be concluding the matches and, of course, well, bringing the day to an end, right? So day 2 is nearly done. It feels like we just started, right? It feels like we just started. So definitely looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to be bringing in on Miramar. But of course, if you guys have any predictions, any thoughts as to what you think the outcome of Miramar is going to be, let me know in the chat, right? If you think Let me know where you think the zone's going to go, where the flight path's going to go, or if you want to tell me who do you think the first team is going to be to go back to the lobby. Who's the team that's going to win? Give me a particular player's specific amount of eliminations that you think they're going to be picking up. So if you're saying Krups is going to be getting 70 eliminations, or I don't know, 45, whatever, right? Give me the number. Let me know in the chat. I'm curious to know what you guys are thinking. But yeah, there are so many things that you guys can rather give your prediction on. So let me know in the chat. Curious to hear what you are thinking. So hit me up. As you can see, I'm obviously looking at the chat, right? Otherwise, it's pretty tough. Solo casting everything, but either which way, let's see what is gonna come through. Ooh, trading some things in the chat, I see. But either which way, it is gonna be me waiting for answers on my questions, right? Let me know. Hit me up with your thoughts. Also, let me know which team you are here to support. Right, that's always interesting to know, to see where all the love is coming from. I do know that we've got people from all over the world watching here as well. So welcome to everybody, right? We appreciate all of you being here. But yeah, it is going to be time for Miramar. So we are just waiting for the players to load in. I can see the map, so it means that we are going to be hopping into the action very, very soon. So we are getting ready for that. So yeah, give me your predictions. That is what I want to see. That is what I want to see. One prediction coming through saying that it's going to be a NIGMA chicken. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Yes, Mohammed, thank you so much for the compliment. Appreciate you. See, we even got someone here from Jamaica. Right? All over the place. Last time there was someone apparently a Jamaican in the chat. It turns out they weren't. But it is what it is, right? We've got no way of knowing, but what I do know is that it's time for action, right? As we are going to be heading out onto the battlefield. If you want to drop your predictions, now would be the time to do it, right? So the main prediction for now is going to be flight path and zone. Well, flight path not really because we're about to see it. But if you want to drop the prediction for zone, let me know. Let's see how good you are at predicting these things before they happen. Alright, so we've got a apparent NIGMA Galaxy with 12 elims. With a 12 elim winner win a chicken dinner. Wow. Alright. Alright, let's see if that is going to be the thing to bring. Oh, there's apparently a Los Leones one as well. Again, a very satisfying flight path. Just this time around a little bit more north. The previous one was a little bit more south, but still very, very close to center. So we are now just waiting in anticipation to see where that zone is going to be taking us. Of course, the players there from GANGSTERS heading right down towards that southern side. You can see the players there from Triple accompanying them on their merry, merry way. The previous zone that we had was down towards the south. So how will it change this time around? Ooh, it pulls over slightly towards the eastern side, centering up on towards Los Leones. And maybe even La Bendita. Actually, just the field in the middle of all of that. But let's see how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves to first position and, of course, getting themselves through that looting phase. So the previous chicken dinner that we had came from the team of W7 all the way up in towards La Cobreria, where we see them now, right? They were able to secure themselves the clutch, the rush, as they rush into Chumacera, where we saw the players from FALCONS, I believe it was, right? Holding on alongside them. Yes, it was indeed FALCONS. FALCONS picking up 14 eliminations in the previous Miramar. W7 walking away with 11. So was that the 7-11 then? Yes, it was indeed. 11 elims from W7. 7-11. Alright, NIGMA, Brute Force. Getting ready for a little bit of an altercation up in Pozo. We've been waiting for this to be the case. NIGMA dropped a little bit differently earlier today, right? We did see them going for a more southern approach, but seeing them up in Pozo just feels a little bit more natural. In the meanwhile, Brute Force, aka the Broody Fruities, now potentially reduced down to only 1. As you can see, Ado. Yeah, it's Ado, right? Yeah, Mohammed, don't feel bad about it. I'm also usually wrong about these things. So, you know, it's just one of the things that we have. Waleed, I do. We always read chat. We just can't always respond to chat, right? It's tough when you have a co-caster because, you know, you are then in a conversation together, right? But, yes. I mean, when I'm solo casting PMPL, it's tough. So, we like to get a little bit of audience engagement as well, right? But that's why I can't answer too much of your questions because we are here for the games, right? We are focusing on the players. But if you've got something interesting in the chat, I'll definitely look at it and we'll potentially answer it, right? In the meanwhile, let's see. Give your shoutouts in the chat though. And see the shoutouts. Give the shoutout for your team. You can see IKURD-E-SPORTS W7 up. Yes. Rishikesh, you did indeed say Los Leones, and that's where it kind of is. I mean, it's not exactly smack dab center zone, but it's definitely a predominant position within the zone. So, GG. Well done. Alright, now we've got the players here from Quest on a mission. Kante actually super far away from the rest of the team. I mean, Kante is all the way up here in Torre Ahumada, about to venture past Tierra Bronca. And of course, we got the Falcons right there next to them. So that could be maybe a little bit of a tough one. Rishikesh, are you asking me the question? If you ask me the question, I'm going to give you my answer. I always say, it's the team with the weapons that fight to the end. The team that goes brah, brah, taka, taka, taka. That team, right? That's the one that's going to take it. No, it's going to stay DK. Because then I have to change all my logos and stuff. And I don't feel like doing that. Alhaji has tremendous gun power. Yes, 100% agree with that statement. That is very, very true. RTG up, says Ali Brendar. 100%. Next now, let's see. All the way up in Monte Nuevo. Casually looting up. Mexico brought quite a bit of flavor and spice yesterday, right? They made it really hot. Let's see whether or not Mexico is going to do that yet again. See, Rishikesh, we can't, so as a caster, you can't really give a prediction as to who you think because you start caster cursing, right? Casters have immense power, and we can't misuse that power, right? So that's why I just give a vague answer. It's safe because then everyone has the same opportunity, equal opportunity, equal and fair. I'm just making stuff up. Whatever, that is what it is, right? In the meanwhile, we are going to be waiting for the action to come through. Triple all the way up in Puerto. Also very isolated from the rest of the teams. So let's see what Triple are going to be bringing in. Dam popped off like it's no one's business yesterday. I want to see Dam pop off again. And we don't know if it's going to be happening right here on Miramar. Only time will tell. Yeah, Moy's... Maxman is somewhere. We'll see. Yeah, Waleed, I know they do that usually, right? But there's normally like 5 or 6 of them, right? I'm only 1. So that's not fair. Not that it's ever fair. I mean, it was never a competition, but you know. Yeah. I don't know. I'll see. According to Max, you can only do predictions once you hit stage 5. Phase 5, that's where you can do the predictions. Maybe Farhan says, I want to see domination from the beloved Crypto. Yes! Well, there's Crypto getting shot at. Ida heard you and said, no. But here we go. I mean, so it's gonna be a tough one. I mean, Santa also then finding a little bit of a hit up on towards Besiktas, as we just saw come through in the feed there. Look at the convergence, though. I mean, we got the Falcons, we got Quest. Still, Kante, very, very spread out. I'm worried about Kante, though. I think Kante is going to get found out. I think Kante is definitely going to be found out at some point. I mean, especially now, well, maybe not now with the zone shifting up in their favor. I don't think it's going to be too much of an upset. But NIGMA and Next, hey, hey, hey. Getting into a little bit of a thing right there over on towards that western side. You see W7 also now starting to rotate in. I think they are maybe just going to stay up on the edge, or maybe they are going to be sending it right down up into towards Graveyard. Right, W7, that's where I think they might be heading. In the meanwhile, we also did see the players there from KR and GEEKAY getting into a little bit of an engagement. Well, let's see, here we go. NIGMA getting ready for a bit of a play. Ooh, here we go. Nawaf. And Koops. Who's going to get it? Koops sends it out. Nawaf runs right into it. Beautifully placed nade. One down, a few more to go. But Next taking a very wide spread. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say that Dexter is not going to be able to survive this one. But here we go now. Sorry, Evan. What's gonna happen? Will we see Next maybe bring in a bit of a clutch? Not quite sure. We got Othman and Mexico. I'm pushing for the zone. NIGMA still sipping on some blue juice. The Gangsters down towards that southern edge of zone. Also having a little bit of juice. I mean, this is only stage 2, so, you know, the juice doesn't pack too much of a punch just yet. So let's see. There's a high probability for them to make it out of this one in one piece. But still, some major congestion held up in towards that more centralized zone. Very scenic route. Hey, speaking fast is fun, right? And it's quite a bit of fun to do. Let's see now what is going to come through from the zone. As everyone is about to join in, we got IKURD as well as ONYX Ravens over on towards the eastern side with Triple held just up ahead of them. Slime Machine looking for a bit of a position down south, but the zone does swing up north. Looking quite favorable now for Twisted and the Falcons. Ado there from Brute Force also going to be holding over on towards that western edge. So we could be expecting a decent hide-and-seek game coming through from Ado. But here we go. Slime Machine. Still a very spread out approach on their way towards the zone. I mean, you can't fault anything about it, at least not for the time being. Looking at the Gangsters as well. Very similar play. I mean, Walsh very delayed in that rotation. But the meanwhile, result now. Getting met with a beautiful spray as the shots continue to fly in. Up comes KR. Also now falling to the spray as Al-Hajj comes through with the absolute damage. Triple. Oh, this is going to be a very risky play. Damar now starting to throw a few donuts here and there, and down they are. Wow, not the way that they thought it was going to go. Very, very risky rotation. Alright, so the utilities getting dispersed as the teams look to close it up here. KR, Triple. Looking to double down. You want to see Dan pop off. ONYX Ravens, IKURD now out in the blue. Ooh, the shots coming through. That is the end of ONYX Ravens. The first team getting sent away to the lobby. Unfortunately, getting sent back completely empty-handed now. Oh, KONQUEROR down they go. As Vegas gets eliminated, triple, securing their first elim. Let's see what triple are going to be doing for the remainder of the game. Meanwhile, as we venture back on towards NIGMA Galaxy, see the gangsters coming through with their rotations. We got Jafar and Kevin. Oh, Kevin now getting met with a beautiful spray here from Raouf. Quickly just ducking back into the terrain. Big little bit of utility spread coming through there as well. Lord trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of position there onto Kevin, but as we know, Kevin is a little bit more left. But Kevin is also, well, the only one that's left for the side of gangsters over on this particular side. We do have Jafar a little bit further up ahead, but now with Raouf pushing on forward, that could maybe spell a bit of disaster. Yes, there comes the shot. Kevin now getting met with the aggression. See GEEKAY also now trying to push up into its center zone as the zone does take a shift further up towards the northeastern side. Up comes Jafar. Will we see Kevin actually make it up into safety? Well, still quite a few teams on these outlying regions. NIGMA now trying to spread it out a little bit more. Raouf determined on finding that last little bit. Kevin now just sealing their own fate as they take a big bite out of that grenade. Unfortunately, they're not going to be making it any further, but I think that was the plan, right? RTG, though, down on that southern edge. We've got the Slime Machine moving in alongside them. Vache trying to reach up in towards Kalaga, but unfortunately the nade doesn't reach all the way across. Here we go. Oh, Jafar. Down they go. Gangsters are no more. And with that, we are down to only 13 remaining teams. Brute Force 8-0 still held all the way over towards that far edge. But now, are they going to get rushed? Will we see any success come through from that play? 8-0 now trying to push up. Trying to risk it for that biscuit, but will they get it though? The sprays are there. Freak not going to let it slide for free. Now they get ready to cook it up yet again. Sly also getting the jump up onto its Kalaga. Santa getting found by Crypto. Alright, RTG. Trying to find a bit of an approach to play at here. How they gonna dial through this one? Well, still a bit of ground to cover. I mean, zone just up ahead, but it is already heavily occupied. W7 getting a little bit emboldened here as they move up on towards NIGMA. But will we see any more come through from the side of W7? Already getting themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner today. So far, not a single elimination. Thank you, Thunder. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you, and it is my pleasure to be here. So thank you so much for tuning in. Well, I can't even English properly. But yes, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. In the meanwhile, let's see what RTG are going to be able to get done right here, as we do have Groza trying to move on up the zone, staying over towards that southeastern side. So that is going to allow quite a bit of continuation, especially now for the teams situated on the edge here, right? So we've got Twisted, we got GEEKAY, we got Next, as well as Sly and RTG. Looking to see what they can bring on in. Oh, thank you, S. Appreciate you as well. Raouf, though, getting traded as Hero finds the hit. Never Alone sealing the elimination. NIGMA now trying to dip out of dodge. I see that, Mohammed. It's good. It's good. I mean, I'm happy that you guys are enjoying it. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that counts. That makes me happy. So if you, as long as you're happy, I'm happy you're happy, right? But let's see who's gonna be happier, right? As with regards to who's gonna be the one to get that winner chicken dinner. So we are in the 5th phase, according to Maxman. This is the appropriate time to make predictions, right? So make your call. Out of our remaining 13 teams, who do you think is going to be the one to get the dub? I don't know, so I'm just going to sit here and find out at the end of the match. Right, in the meanwhile, let's see how this one is going to unravel here. We've got Triple Sly on that southeastern side. We got Quest and IKURD over on the east itself. Or on this lovely western side is going to be W7 and Twisted. Oh, hey! Look at those heads. Connecting on through. Still sat with 12 teams. Waleed saying that it is going to be a NIGMA chicken prediction. Alright, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. We only know when we know, right? Until then, no way of knowing. So let's see what is going to be the play as W7 look to push it up. Again, playing a very cautious position on the edge here. I mean, they got the previous winner chicken dinner on Miramar, so there's a pretty big expectation for them, doing so with 11 eliminations. They still have a full squad, but they've not yet found a single elimination. Right. Up comes GEEKAY. Again, trying to get a little bit of control. I mean, they have 2 teams surrounding them currently. Twisted over on the east. W7 towards the north. Lord taking a little bit of damage, but some good responses come through on towards General. Defender, at this point, IKURD is not doing much, right? You can see them all the way up in towards that northeastern side. So I think the moment they start doing something, maybe then they'll start spectating on that end, right? Usually we follow the action. That's normally how it goes. We don't use... The only time we spectate teams for spectating sake is in the beginning when there's nothing happening, right? When the teams are just running around. Speaking about running around, it's going to be brute force running around into the lobby as they too get sent out. 5 teams so far shipped out to the lobby. Not a single point to their name. Yes, at this point, it is exceptionally challenging to make any prediction as to who could potentially be winning, right? We're in the 6th phase. We still have 11 teams up. We got a few teams sitting on a bubble. W7 being one of them next, as well as R8. And then, of course, we got a team like Quest and NIGMA sitting on 6 and 5 eliminations respectively. But here comes Twisted now taking swing at GEEKAY, reducing them down to 2. As it is going to be Ragnar and Hope. Okay, he's now trying to get back for that res, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to make it in. Ragnar trying to cook up a nade. It finds its way across towards AZ. Oh, Hope is down. Ragnar is running, and down they go. NIGMA going out in 11th place with 6 eliminations. We had GEEKAY then going out in 10th place. And then, of course, we had another ticket that is about to get punched somewhere on this map, right? 2 teams falling in very close succession. W7 definitely going to be looking to be some strong contenders at this point. But here comes the push. A little bit of a drift up on the hill. Because exactly as you see, you are supposed to take a supercar out onto the mountains, right? They are made for that. W7 now having the vehicle explode in their face. As SKTON goes tappity tap tap with that Mini 14, having a beautiful 8-scope on that. W7 now licking their wounds. Oh, but look at AZ. Look at AZ. Yeah, you gotta be careful of those jump shots, AZ. That could knock you out. Oh. Yeah, instead, down they go. It is gonna be a very unfortunate finish there. But Dammy also not getting blown to smithereens. Crypto quickly just getting out of that vehicle. Don't want to be the next one to fall. Not just yet. But it's going to come down to the wires. We've got only 8 teams left. Twisted sitting on 8 elims though. But the nade is on the money. R8 bringing in the upset. Evo Station still alive. Holding right in between W7 and the side of Next. You can see Othman and Mexico holding steady. Down goes Ida. SKTON now having to try and smoke it up, but 1 nade can end it all right there for them. Twisted Minds getting sent out in 8th place. 8 elims. Quest looking interesting up on the hill. Unfortunately, it's not within zone, so not much that they can really do with that position. Sly, Triple also having to move up from that southern approach. Falcons, though, sitting super comfortable. They don't have a worry in the world. I mean, aside from Easy, that's going to be shooting at them. Oh, but Pablo, never alone, holding on the one side. We got the Mar and Salam holding on the opposite end. So nice, beautiful split coming through from the two of them. But here we go. Quest trying to capitalize on the elevation as best they can. Al-Hajj and Mon now holding on that front line. But that comes the sprays, and that is going to be the end of Next. As they are the next team to fall. Up comes the Slime Machine. Now trying to capitalize on Triple Esports. But Ahmad not going to allow any of that to come to fruition just yet. Up comes Attacker rushing forward. Looking for the opportunity. The rush is there, the spray is in, and Mart now taking the damage, and that is going to be the end of the road as Triple Esports gets closed on through. Down goes W7, right, rather, General meeting their end. SKTON trying to dodge around the bullets like we're watching a Matrix movie. But unfortunately, well, the shots will connect, and the Mud will seal their fate. Ida is now going to be the last one left. Yeah. Falcons, definitely, I agree with what you said there, Thunder. Falcons are definitely showing consistent growth. I mean, the numbers situation looking exceptionally good for them. I mean, they're also the only team sitting at the top of the leaderboard without a single winner chicken dinner to their name. Oh. Easy does it. Oh, thank you so much, players. I really appreciate you. In the meanwhile, 4 teams left to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. R8 being sent out in 5th. W7 holding on to 1. Falcons on 3. Sly now potentially down to 3 as well. Quest trying to make a run for the money. Oh, look at Kante go to work. We gotta watch out for Pablo. Yes. Up comes Pablo with a little bit of that retaliation. Hero does well, it does get closed up. That is it. Down to 3 we go. Falcons down to 1 potentially. Quest now sitting on 10 eliminations. Hitting those double digits. Kante trying to fly, and they fly into the lobby. Oh, beautiful shooting coming through there from Fashe. Attacker just coming in with a bit of a helping hand, trying to drive the nail into the coffin. And down they go. Mon, the last one alongside Easy, left on the side of the Quest squad. A 2v3. The numbers leaning in favor of Slime Machine. Got the numbers advantage. Oh, Salam trying to risk it as they push on in. A bit of a last-ditch effort. Down goes Quest. Easy and Mon getting absolutely devoured. Now it's going to be Salam and Pablo. The final two contenders for the side of Falcon going up against the three-piece of Slime Machine. Attacker 13 and Fashe. Or is that Fashies? Yeah, Fashe sounds better, right? Oh, let's see now. Slime Machine looking for a bit of an opportunity here. Looking to see what they can find. They got the numbers advantage. They got the angles. But will they be able to capitalize on the opportunity? It is going to be that 9th phase, right? So no more zones after this. It is just closure, 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 right? That blue juice, that blue zone, it's going to do what it does. It's going to apply all the pressure it can find. But now, Pablo Salam having to make a very decisive play at this point. A very split up approach as well. It's a 1v1 on the one side and a 1v2 on the opposite. Ooh, nice assist coming through from Salam, but up comes the rush. It's 13 and Corner rushes in, and there we have the first one down. And that is all they need to get themselves that winner chicken dinner. Slime Machine sneaking on in, getting themselves the victory, and what a phenomenal victory indeed. Doing so with a lovely, glorious 9 elims to their name. Amazing, amazing job. Well done to them. Slime Machine looking very, very confident. Phenomenal, phenomenal Miramar coming in there for them. And I mean, this is exactly what we want to see come through for our teams, right? Just continuing to step it up. Now, I mean, Slime Machine, of course, no strangers when it comes to the side of Miramar. Last season, they were our 3rd best performing team. They got themselves 2 winner chicken dinners, 121 eliminations, the exact same amount as what Brute Force got, right? So Brute Force was the most aggressive team, of course, securing the most winner chicken dinners. They got 7 in total, so very impressive. So for Slime Machine to be able to replicate exactly the same amount of eliminations says a lot about their capabilities. So well done to Slime Machine, keeping up the consistency coming through from the previous season. I mean, amazing, amazing, amazing. So it does make us quite hopeful to see how the teams are going to continue moving forward, going through this fall split. But day 2... jam-packed with action, right? So we are going to be taking a look. In case you missed those winner chicken dinners, we are going to be looking at all the stats we need to look at for today to just remind you of all the amazing things that we had happening out on the battlefield. Of course, the first thing up that we are going to be looking at is going to be the match rankings to see where the teams find themselves, how many points they were able to secure. And then, of course, then we're going to take a look and see how that impacts our overall rankings. Right, so there is quite a bit to look forward to as well. So if you want to give your predictions for the MVP of the day, now would be the time to do so. In the meanwhile, as we take a gander over at the board, we can see, of course, the players there from Slime Machine are going to be walking away with a lovely, comfortable 19 points to their name. And, of course, we rush down the board as we got 5 teams getting sent back to the donut shop, right? Not a single point to their name. Tomorrow is the off day. Yes, indeed, we'll be back on Monday. That is usually how it works, right? 2 days on, 2 days on, 1 day off, 3 days on, then 1 day off again. So we shall continue henceforth with day number 3 on Monday. Right, but yeah, we have still a bit of information to work through here for today. So we are not all done just yet. But if you want to dip out, it's fine. It's fine. I can't keep you here. But we appreciate all of you tuning in today. Really means a lot. And of course, what also means a lot is the insane amount of damage coming through from Quest. 3,282 damage dealt, 11 eliminations that they were able to milk out of that one. But if you want to talk about conversion rate, it is going to go to the side there of the Slime Machine. 9 elims and 1,280 damage. So a very strong conversion rate coming through on their end. So very, very impressive. Very well done job. Amazing performance, and of course, a lovely winner chicken dinner to boot with that. So, gotta love it though, right? Of course, if you want to give your predictions for the MVP of the day, be sure to do that. Hit us up in the chat. Let me know. I am looking at chat, so I will know what you say when you say it. Yes, that one, right? We're also going to be taking a look at our top performers. Right, so let's see who brought in the most damage, who brought in the most eliminations, as well as the nade finishes, the longest hit, as well as the greatest distance traveled. Because it's nice to know all these things, right? And that also helps us, get a good assessment as to who could potentially be that MVP of the day. And of course, in case you forgot who got all the winner chicken dinners of the day, let's take a look at it. It was, of course, then the players coming through from the ONYX Ravens, securing the very first one, 16 eliminations. No. They only received 16 damage. What? Wow, that is crazy to look at. Only 16 damage. I mean, that means like someone coughed in their direction, right? And that was it. Of course, the second one went over towards the players there from R8. We had players from W7 taking a W7 rather, taking match number 3. We got GEEKAY taking number 4, and of course the Slime Machine coming in for number 5 with the biggest chicken going over to the side there of R8. 17 eliminations, the biggest chicken of the day. Of course, the longest surviving time happened over on Erangel, which is pretty interesting because usually Miramar has more surviving time, right? The players last longer because the map takes a little bit longer to complete. So very interesting things that we see developing across the board here. But of course, well, that is our chicken dinner breakdown. So if you got any predictions as to who you think is going to be our MVP of the day, let me know in the chat. Hit us up. Tell me your thoughts. And see if you can get it right before we show it on screen. We got Law saying, RTG up, IKURD up. Yes, hopefully they will continue to go up, right? That is what we are going to be hoping for. All the teams did great today. Yes, today was a very, very satisfying day, right? Of course, we have a little bit of movement coming in. Of course, as we saw, Falcons just doing what Falcons were doing. Really putting in a lot of hard work across the board. So you got to appreciate all the hard efforts that we see from these teams as they progress, just looking to bring in all the upsets they can potentially find. But of course, we'll be heading into the overall standings pretty soon. We have a little bit of movement happening right there. So I'll share all of that with you as soon as we get to that point. But of course, in the meanwhile, if you want to give your prediction for MVP, now would be the time to do it. Curious to see what your thoughts are. Who do you think is worthy of MVP today? We got Habib saying, go IKURD. Yes, 100%. Go IKURD. Woo! Our MVP for yesterday over on the side, for day number 1, it was... It's not showing. I'll figure it out pretty soon. How do I rate the Kurdish teams? I mean, they're good. There's nothing you can say that's bad about them. I mean, so you got RTG, Road to Glory. I mean, Road to Glory is Road to Glory. Need I say more? I mean, they were performing like absolute beasts. Falcons constantly moving up. Maybe they finished top 3. Maybe. But of course, you want to give you a prediction. Yesterday, I think it was Pablo who got the MVP. For today's MVP, it is going to be none other than Ida, coming through with 2,400 damage, 10 eliminations, and of course, a bucket load of surviving time. Maybe they finished top 3. Yeah, maybe they could. I mean, Pablo from Falcons was the MVP for yesterday. So, I mean, yeah, I'm very excited to see how, what the leaderboards are going to be looking like, rather. But of course, well played, well deserved. Winner chicken dinner. MVP coming through. But of course, aside from that, aside from the amazing plays that we saw come through from Ida, we also then need to take a look and see what do those leaderboards look like. So if you guys want to give your predictions for that, hit me up. Right. Did we already look at them? No, we haven't. We are going to look at them pretty soon, I believe that is. So yeah, MVP done. We've done the map rankings. We've done the damage things. So now it's just onto the last little bit. Ooh, it is going to be the predictions, right? So this is why I also don't do predictions, right? Because Mayo is really good at guessing. As you can see, well, I won't say guessing, I'd say reading the situation, right? So mad respect going out to Mayo for that one, being pretty accurate. 2 out of 8, 2 out of 10, so 20% accuracy on that one. Cody, Motaz, and Wolf, I mean, still working on it, right? Still working on lining up those guesstimations, right? So who knows? Thunder, if I get asked to do it, sure. But yeah, that's the way it goes. See you guys on Monday, and thank you for the commentary. We appreciate it, and thank you. Take care. Yes, thank you so much for being here. As speaking of taking care, let's take care of those standings as we are looking at it. It's going to be 85 points for Falcons, still holding on to pole position with not a chicken dinner in sight. Absolutely insane. Then, of course, we drop down by 14 points to move over towards the players there from R8 Esports Vision, 10 points behind that. And then it gets a little bit contentious, right? Because not a big drop-off as we move a little bit further down, at least towards that 7th place. A 3-way tie, of course, between GEEKAY, RTG, and the players coming through from the side of Quest. But as you can see, KR then occupying that 8th position. We got the ARB champions just 1 point behind them, sitting on a lovely 45er, with the rest of the teams also pretty dang close, right? Next is going to be the team that we are hoping that will step up next. You know, definitely moving into day 3 is going to be an opportunity for Next to really try and lock in a lot more of a synergistic approach. We want to see everything that they can do and how they are going to be able to perform, right? Because this is only still the first phase, only also still the first 2 days, so not a lot of expectation that we have really, right? We're open rather to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and how they are going to be looking to set themselves up for the remainder of this phase. Of course, we've got this phase, then 2 more to come after that. Then we conclude the league stage before venturing over in towards the finals. So there's going to be a lot to play for, as the teams will have to try and make all the pushes that they can find. Thunder, thank you so much for being here. But of course, on that one, we are also then slowly but surely going to be closing it out here for today. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone to tune in. Hope you guys had as much fun as I did. And of course, be sure to join us back again on Monday, same time, same place, as we are going to be heading into day number 3. Of course, day number 3 will have 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, as well as 1 Sanhok. I think we are going to be starting off the day with Sanhok, or we are going to be ending the day with Sanhok. One of the two, can't remember exactly which one. Don't remember it off my head, but either which way, we are going to be having a little bit more of a balanced day, right? Course, moving into the next day is where we are going to be having Erangel heavy day number 4. Day number 5 is going to be the big day, because we return to a lot more of a balanced day yet again, but we have 6 matches because the top 12 teams from this phase are going to be heading over in towards the lovely Vikendi, right, to show us what they can bring as they venture out into the snow. But that is essentially it from my side, guys. They are running through the leaderboard again for some reason. Let's look at the leaderboard in case we missed something. I don't think we did miss much, but there it is again, in case you forgot. It's interesting, though, to see W7 and ONYX Ravens, I have to say, sitting with a winner with a chicken dinner to their name. Both teams sitting with 37 points, but they are sitting down in 13th and 14th position, respectively. I mean, that is very, very interesting indeed to look at. But of course, now I have to just keep on jabbering for a little bit while we are waiting for my lovely Arabic co-hosts to kind of wrap up on their side, seeing that we're going at their pace, right? But yeah, if there's anything in particular that you guys want to know, hit me up in the chat quickly before we leave, right? But essentially from my side, we look forward to seeing you all back again, right? So yeah, I'll do the whole until next time, until Monday. Remember to stay fresh and frosty, and we'll see you all later. Hey, we're almost about to hit the same amount of views as we did yesterday. So yes, again, a big thank you to everyone that sticked around here, that made it to the end. Of course, if you ducked out early, that's fine. If you joined in late, that's also fine, right? You know where to find me. We'll be here every day for PMPL Arabia, taking you through all the action. But of course, until the next one, Aram, best player in Kurdistan. That is what Bawar is saying. I mean, sure, why not? Why not? I don't know about the best, but definitely a very strong player. But of course, on that one, I'm going to stop jabbering now. We are going to be looking at the lovely Arabic casters while they are closing it up. And of course, then we are going to be hitting into the highlights and everything in between And that is going to be it. But thank you so much for sticking around, guys. Appreciate all of you. See you all back again on Monday. Until then, stay safe, stay fresh and frosty. We'll see you all later. Bye.
مش بسيطة